Hello, guys. Let me see something right here. Um, Let's see here. This is my. Where the heck is my. No, that's the wrong one. Here we go. There we go. Okay, so I just want to say that we're having really high winds. Very high. Can you guys hear me? Let me get on live chat. Let me know you can hear me first. Hello, guys. Okay, now I know you can. Hold on, because I can hear myself. Okay, so that's settled. Hi, Lacey. How are you? I just said to you I would like to see you. There you are. Haven't seen you in a long time. Good to see you. And hi, our cheerleader Kathleen is here, and they messed my YouTube up, so like I can't see all the people in the chat. They're on the. Okay, let me see if I make this smaller. My view is all crazy. Okay, so let me get over here. Catch up. Okay, so I watched a documentary on Netflix about BTK, and I thought, is this an old documentary? Because I thought that his daughter, Carrie, had made it before, but Netflix said 2025. So I was like, okay. So I watched it while I was doing some other things, and so I'm going to talk a little bit about what I saw in the documentary. In the documentary, and just so you know, is everybody is familiar with BTK, maybe not in depth familiar, but you've all heard of BTK, right? The serial killer BTK? I think so. And he had like 3 decades before he was caught. And we'll talk about how he was caught too. But his daughter and his family. So he was married and he had 2 children, boy and a girl. And he was a very involved father. I mean, he was a scout leader, and they were big in their church. And people used to call him the dog catcher in the area, okay, because he was like this ordnance officer. He would get a ruler out to make sure your grass was not too high, or he'd slap sanction on you there, right? So anyway, he was known for that, but he also took great family vacations with his family. Hi, Twisted. They went to the Grand Canyon and they went fishing, and he let his daughter be a tomboy, and he never cared about how dirty she got or whatever it was. They went camping, all kinds of things. So in 2005, it was February 25th of 2005 when he was arrested. His daughter said she was completely in shock. Now, they didn't talk about it. She said an aunt brought over Kentucky Fried Chicken, and they sat down and ate dinner with Kentucky Fried Chicken and all the fixings, and she said it was like a funeral. It was like a funeral, except her father wasn't dead, but there were even some laughs in there, but it was similar to a funeral. The man they knew died, right? However, everybody reached out to speak to them. They didn't want to speak to anyone. And it wasn't until, I believe she says like 9, I want to get the timeline right on this. 1 second, let me just get my timeline here. Okay, let's see. I just want to get the timeline right on how many years it was. I believe it was 9 years, but I want to make sure that I am correct. So when he was arrested in 2005, Kerry was 26. And like she said, everybody was reaching out to them. I mean, big names, Oprah, Diane Sawyer, Larry King. But they denied it all. And they weren't talking about it. She was raising her kids. She was a stay-at-home mom. She was leading a women's ministry. But she said she was hiding, she was dying inside. And so, yeah, it was almost 10 years after he was arrested. And what spurred that on? She said that her husband, at the time, it was September of 2014, said, oh my gosh, come over here. You got to see this. Stephen King is on a TV show and he's talking about his new movie and how it's based on your father and your mother and their marriage. And that was that movie, The Perfect Marriage? So her reaction was anger. She was really, really upset. She felt like Stephen King was exploiting her parents. She felt just like everything was being exploited. They hadn't spoken about it. And now, I guess, probably what the worst thing was, this is my opinion, okay, is that they're bringing this all out in the open, where if she's trying to stay insulated and keep it hidden, well, now we know how it works. It's going to be on every show. They're going to be talking about Stephen King's movie and who it's based on. And so all of that was going to be in the headlines, right? And it was going to be headline news, and you're not going to be able to hide from it anymore. It's going to be out there in the open. And literally, if you want to hide from it, you're going to have to go under a rock. And so she made a decision, and she started to talk. And she said the first time she spoke, it just like flew, everything was flying out. There was no filter on anything. And some of the stuff she said upset people. And she was upset. She was upset at Stephen King, like I said, that he decided to use her parents and their story in his movie. Because she didn't face yet, okay, what her father did. Like, she knew her father. She still loved her father. He was her father. But she hadn't come to grips with what he did as BTK, the serial killer. And that made her have a lot of soul-searching questions, like, was the family just a cover-up for him, or did he really love them? Did he really love her mom? Did she grow up in a loving family, or was he just using them? They were a cover for him, and that's all they were. So she grappled with all of that. And she then tried to get all the pictures out and look at the pictures. And, you saw these vacations and this and fishing and the stuff he did with the scouts and the stuff he did with the family. And so she had to try to come to terms with all of it. And that was, not on her timeline, I guess. It was all, the catalyst for it was Stephen King with this movie. Right? I think it was called The Perfect Marriage, Stephen King's movie. I believe that's what it was called. I remember that one. That's when the wife goes out and she goes into the shed. She's either wrapping a present or she's doing something, and she finds something in the shed. And again, it's just based on them. Stephen King has said that. But It's essentially, as far as anyone knows, and it's what his wife has said, she had no idea. The whole family had no idea that their husband was a serial killer and that he was doing these horrific kills with kill kits and everything. And they were done in a certain way. But worse than that, it was like such a crazy case because he played games. He played games by sending letters and sending puzzles, telling them, hey, there's going to be more of these, and my name is BTK, and it's bind, torture, kill, and I want to see that get out there, and it's going to be marked on the next one. And when they actually missed a murder, he sent a driver's license of that person and said, hey, this is hooked to me. So, yeah, he played a lot of mind games. So she talks about that, and in the documentary, which is on Netflix now, she goes back to where her house was. Her house has been torn down because they didn't want anybody taking pieces of it. We may lose electricity, I'm telling you now, because the lights are flickering. If we do and it comes right back, I will come right back on. But if it goes down, and I'm gone, then I'm going to have to finish tomorrow. So, and I really hope that we don't lose power. Let me see what you guys are saying. You hear chimes. Those are my wind chimes. It's so windy, Kathleen. You're hearing those through the glass doors here. So, the first murder was in 1974. The first murder, he killed 4 people, and he just tore apart a family. Hey, Scooter. He killed a mother and a father, and he killed 2 children, 9 and 11. And the 15-year-old brother discovered them, which was horrific. And he also made a victim's impact statement when BTK was doing his confession, because he didn't have a trial. He pled guilty. But he wasn't arrested until he had killed many people. And now today they even think that maybe other unsolved murders could lead back to him. And his daughter plays a pivotal part of how they caught him as well. Because when, like I told you, he played these games with the police. He sent them letters. He sent them puzzles. He even put a post-toasty box, cereal box, at a certain location, told them where to find it. Inside was a Barbie doll that was bound. And he asked them about, can I send you something on a floppy disk? If I send you a floppy disk, and you guys know what a floppy disk is, back in the day, that's the predecessor of the CD-ROM, right? That floppy drive that used to be in computers. Well, he said, if I send you a floppy disk, will you be able to identify me? And if it's all good, he told them to take out an ad in the paper saying, it's okay, whatever he wanted them to say, it's okay, and he would send them a floppy disk. Well, they told him, yeah, it's okay. But it wasn't okay. When they got the floppy disk, they then were able to track it to the library and the church that he was, I think they called him the president of it. That, and then his sign-in name was Dennis. So they started to do searches with Dennis and in those 2 locations, and it wasn't long before they came to Dennis Rader. So they're like, sheriff's like, I want to just go there and get him, but they needed DNA. So the daughter, where she went to college, they knew there's like a health center there, and they said she probably went there, and there may be some type of DNA that we can get from her, right? So they did go there, and she did have a pap smear done there, and they were able to get that DNA. And yes, it showed that she was the offspring of the person that committed these murders. So they went and descended upon him. They got him. He was getting out of his truck. They put him down on the ground, and they said, you know what he said? He said, can you tell my wife, you must know where I live. Tell her I'm not going to be coming home for lunch. And in some of the police investigations, like the first one, he's sitting there. They got him McDonald's. You can see the fry box and the soda and whatever burger, whatever he had, a Big Mac. I don't even know what kind of burger it was, but he saw him eating the fries and drinking the soda as he sat there. And he talked to the police officers, and then they told him, look, you know, we have your DNA. We got, your daughter had a pap smear here. This has come back. This is you. And so, hey, MSL. So that's all that. The documentary is very worth watching. Yes. But we're going to talk about some other stuff. I'm going to go through the transcript of his confession in court, and I'm going to go through some of these murders, like the first one, because that's quite an undertaking to go and kill 4 people on your first time that you're killing someone, right? And again, he had a kill kit, and guess what? When the investigators went into the house, they found the kill kit right above the hall closet where they hung the coats. It was right there. It wasn't hidden. It was on the top shelf in like a duffel bag. One of his kill kits. Right there. And now, the daughter says she's estranged from her mother. She doesn't speak to her mother anymore. And I believe from what I got, it is that her mother is able to, since her mother does not share any genetics with BTK, she can essentially, again, this is my understanding, right? She can essentially wash her hands of this and move away from this and not maybe want to discuss this, or she can get away from it. But the daughter carries the genetics, and I think that has to be one of the most horrific things. If you have a mother, a father, even a sister, brother, you know, son or a daughter or something that has done something horrific, like a serial killer, how can you not sit there and for a minute think, oh my gosh, you know? So what does that have to do with me? Does this mean I'm somehow deranged, damaged? So these are some of the things you grapple with. And she also grappled with, like I said, did he really love them? Was it all an act? Were they just a cover for him? Why did he do this? And then some of the things like she remembers, I believe it was in the 90s, the early 90s. And I'm going to talk to you about how he's in and out of work. Okay? And when he's out of work, that's the time that he does most of the kills. And that the first murders happened after he was laid off from Cessna. And he was very depressed. And then he said these thoughts came to his head and he acted on them. And then it was quite a couple of years before he did anything again. And many times there would be a series of years. And he later goes on to say that if he didn't have his family and if he didn't have his jobs, there would have been many, many more deaths. It was the church and the scouts and the family and the trips and the vacations and life, his regular life, that, you know, prevented him from killing more people. And he kept detailed records of what happened. And I'll tell you more about that too, because that's found in his office. So she says she is estranged from her mother. She doesn't really, that I even remember, speak of the brother. So either the brother didn't want to be included in this, or I watched it. Now, I said I was doing a couple of other things, but I'd never heard her mention the brother or anything in the documentary. Okay. So let's talk about when this started, 1974. And in Wichita, this is in Kansas. Okay, and somewhere you wouldn't expect anything like this to be happening. And let me get to, going to go to his, let me see here. So in court, he made a confession. And let me get a graphic of that, okay? And I'm going to read you the transcript because he... Okay. Let me just get a... I'm just going to put this one up. So, like I said, in 1974, that was the first murder, and it was, let me see, it was a few months after he was laid off from Cessna. He really liked that job, and when he got laid off in the fall of 1973. Oh no, our lights just flickered. Oh my gosh, I hope we're still on. He got depressed and he got moody and he got bored and he said, "Idle hands make for the devil's work." And he started to think about really, really bad things, really bad things. And then he didn't just think about bad things. He started to do really bad things. I'm really nervous that we're not live anymore. Okay, let me just... So the Otero family, the four members of the Otero family, Joseph, Julie, Josephine, and Joseph Jr. were his first victims. And again, they were found when the older boy, 15 years old, named Charlie, was coming home from school. He walked in and found his parents murdered, his brother and sister murdered, and, he tried to untie them. He was horrified. You can imagine, he ran next door to get help, and nobody had seen anything like that in that area, right? It was crazy, just horrible. Like what happened? And did you think that, they never thought this was their father and husband doing this. So let me tell you what he says about this. And I want to make sure that we're still live before I go on and tell you about this first family, what he says. I am still live? Okay, hi Megan Els. Good, because the lights just flickered. Okay. Let me get his court transcript here. Okay, so it was in the 18th Judicial District, Sedgwick County, Kansas. And here's a transcript of his guilty plea. And this happened June 27th, 2005, before the Honorable Gregory L. Waller. So BTK says, on January 15th, 1974, I maliciously, intentionally, and with premeditation killed Joseph Otero. Count 2. The judge said, all right, Mr. Rader, I need to find out more information on that particular day, the 15th day of January, 1974. Can you tell me where you went to kill Mr. Joseph Otero? BTK says, I think it's 1834 Edgemoor. The judge says, all right, can you tell me approximately what time of day you went there? BTK says, somewhere between 7 and 7:30. And the judge says, this particular location, did you know these people? BTK says, no, that was part of my, I guess, my what you call fantasy. These people were selected. The judge says, all right, so you were engaged in some kind of fantasy during this period of time? BTK says, yes, sir. The judge says, all right. Now, where you use the term fantasy, is this something you were doing for your personal pleasure? He says, sexual fantasy, sir. The judge says, I see. So you went to this residence, and what occurred then? BTK says, well, I did some thinking on what I was going to do to either Mrs. Otero or Josephine, that's the daughter, and basically broke into the house, or didn't break into the house, but when they came out of the house, I came in and confronted the family, and then we went from there. The judge says, all right, had you planned this beforehand? BTK says, to some degree, yes. After I got in the house, I lost control of it, but it was, in the back of my mind, I had some ideas what I was going to do. And the judge says, this is BTK again, but I basically panicked that first day, so, and the judge says, beforehand, did you know who was there in the house? BTK says, I thought Mrs. Otero and the two kids. The two younger kids were in the house. I didn't realize Mr. Otero was going to be there. The judge says, all right, how did you get into the house, Mr. Rader? BTK says, I came through the back door, cut the phone lines, I waited at the back door, had reservations about even going or just walking away, but pretty soon the door opened and I was in. And the judge says, all right, when you went into the house, what happened then? BTK says, well, I confronted the family. I pulled the pistol, confronted Mr. Otero, and I asked him to, that I was there to, basically, I wanted to get the car. I was hungry, food, I was wanted, and I asked him to lie down in the living room. And at that time, I realized that wouldn't be a really good idea, so I finally, the dog was a real problem, so I asked Mr. Otero if he could get the dog out. So he had one of the kids put it out, and then I took them back to the bedroom. The judge says, you took who back to the bedroom? He says, the family, the bedroom, the 4 members. And the judge says, all right, what happened then? BTK says, at that time, I tied him up. And the judge says, while still holding them at gunpoint? BTK said, well, in between tying, I guess you know. The judge said, all right, and after you tied them up, what occurred? BTK says, well, they started complaining about being tied up, and I re-loosened the bonds a couple of times, tried to make Mr. Otero as comfortable as I could. Apparently, he had cracked a rib from a car accident. So I had him put a pillow down on for his head, had him put I think a parka or a coat underneath him. They, they talked to me, giving the car, whatever, money. I guess they didn't have very much money. And from there I realized that, I didn't have a mask on or anything. They already could ID me and made a decision to go ahead and put him down, I guess, or strangle them. The judge says, all right, what did you do to Joseph Otero Sr.? BTK says, Joseph Otero? Judge says, yes, yeah, Joseph Otero Sr., Mr. Otero, the father. BTK says, I put a plastic bag over his head and then some cords and tightened it. The judge says, this was in the bedroom? BTK says, yes, sir. The judge says, all right, did he in fact suffocate and die as a result of this? He said, not right away. No, sir, he didn't. Judge says, what happened? BTK says, well, after that, I did Mrs. Otero. I had never strangled anyone before, so I really didn't know how much pressure you had to put on a person or how long it would take. But the judge says, was she also tied up there in the bedroom? And he says, yes. Uh-huh. Yeah. Both their hands and their feet were tied up. She was on the bed. The judge says, where were the children? BTK, well, Josephine was on the bed and Junior was on the floor. The judge, all right. BTK, at this time. The judge, so we're talking first of all about Joseph Otero. So you had put the bag over his head and tied it. BTK, mm-hmm. The judge, and he did not die right away. Can you tell me what happened in regards to Joseph Otero? BTK. He moved over real quick like, and I think tore a hole in the bag, and I could tell that he was having some problems there. But at the time, the whole family just went panicked on me, so I worked pretty quick. I got Mrs. O. The judge, all right, what did you worked pretty quick, what did you do? BTK, well, I mean, I strangled Mrs. Otero, and then she passed out. I thought she was dead. She passed out. Then I strangled Josephine. She passed out, or I thought she was dead, and then I went over and put a bag on Junior's head, and then, if I remember right, Mrs. Otero came back. She came back, and the judge, sir, let me ask you about Joseph Otero Sr. BTK, Sr.? The judge, you indicated he had torn a hole in the bag? BTK, mm-hmm. The judge, what did you do with him then? BTK, I put another bag over it, if I recollect, I think I put either a cloth or a t-shirt or something over it, over his head, and then another bag, and then tied that down. The judge, did he subsequently die? BTK, well, yes. I didn't just stay there and watch him. I was moving around the room, but the judge, all right, so you indicated you strangled Mrs. Otero after you had done this, is that correct? BTK, yeah, I went back and strangled her again. The judge says, all right. And BTK said, and that finally killed her at that time. The judge says, so this is in regards to count 2. You had, first of all, put the bag over Joseph Otero's head. BTK, I don't know. I have no idea. The judge, what happened then? BTK, I got the keys to the car. In fact, I had the keys, I think, earlier before that, because I wanted to make sure I had a way of getting out of the house, and I cleaned the house up a little bit. I made sure that everything's packed up, and I left through the front door, and then went over to their car, and then I drove to Dylan's. I left the car there. They eventually I walked back to my car. The judge, all right, now, sir, from what you have just said, I take it that the facts you have told me apply to both counts. All of counts 1, 2, 3, and 4. Is that correct? BTK, yes, sir. The judge, now, Mr. Rader. And then Ms. Parker says, Your Honor. The court says yes. Ms. Parker says, there is one thing that needs to be corrected on the record, and that is originally, I believe, he indicated 1834 Edgemoor. The address was actually 803 Edgemoor. So the judge says, all right, but I'd asked him if it occurred in Sedgwick County. He's indicated what had happened. I don't believe the exact address is important. And then they had an off-the-record discussion. Okay, and then next up is the murder of the it's the fifth victim, Catherine Bright. So the judge says, all right, Mr. Rader, we will now turn to count 5. In that count, it is claimed that on or about the 4th day of April 1974 in Sedgwick County, Kansas, that you unlawfully killed Catherine Bright, maliciously, willfully, deliberately, and with premeditation by strangulation and stabbing, inflicting injuries from which she did die on April 4th, 1974. Can you tell me what happened on that day? He says, BTK says, well, I don't know how to exactly say that. I had many what I call them projects. They were different people in town that I followed, watched. Catherine Bright was one of the next targets, I guess, as I would indicate. The judge said, how did you select her? BTK says, just driving by one day, I saw her go into the house with somebody else, and I thought, that's a possibility. There was many places in the area. College Hill even. They're all over Wichita. But anyway, it just was basically a selection process. Work towards it. If it didn't work, I just move on to something else. But in the my kind of person, stalking and strolling, you go through the trolling stage and then a stalking stage. She was in the stalking stage when this happened. The judge says, all right, sir, so you identified Catherine Bright as a potential victim? And he says, yes, sir. And hold on one second. I want to do one thing. Hold on a minute. Let me do... Okay. I just want to put up... Okay, these were the Otero family members that he murdered. Okay, and then I'm just going to put up this next victim will be coming. Okay. And this is Catherine Bright. Go back to this. Okay, so the court says, all right, sir, so you identified Catherine Bright as a potential victim? BTK says, yes, sir. The judge says, what did you do here in Sedgwick County then? BTK says, pardon? The judge says, what did you do then here in Sedgwick County? BTK said, on this particular day? Judge says, yes. BTK says, I broke into the house and waited for her to come home. The judge says, how did you break into the house? BTK says, through the back door on the east side. The judge says, all right, and you waited for her to come home? BTK says, yes, sir. The court says, where did you wait? BTK says, in the house there, probably close to the bedroom. I walked through the house and kind of figured out where I'd be if they came through. And the judge says, all right, what happened then? And BTK says, she and Kevin Bright came in. I wasn't expecting him to be there. And come to find out, I guess they were related. This time, I approached them and told them I was wanted in California and I needed some car. Basically the same thing I told the Oteros. Kind of eased them, made them feel better, and proceeded to, I think I had him tie her up first, and then I tied him up, or vice versa. I don't remember right now at that time. The judge says, let me ask. And BTK says, mm-hmm. The judge says, you indicated that you had some items to tie these people with. Did you bring these items both to the Oteros and to this location? BTK said, the Oteros I did. I'm not really sure on the Brights. There were some when I had, in working with the police, there was some controversy on that. Probably more likely I did, but if I had brought my stuff and used my stuff, Kevin would probably be dead today. The court says, all right. BTK says, I'm not bragging on that. It's just a matter of fact. It's the bond had Toro tied him up with that. He broke them so that the court says, all right, sir. BTK says, it may be same with Catherine. It was, they got out of hand. The judge says, all right, now you indicated you believe you had Kevin tie Catherine up. BTK says, mm-hmm. The judge says, tell me what happened then. BTK says, okay, I moved. Well, after, I can't remember, Judge, whether I had him tie her up or she tied him up. But anyway, I moved, basically. I moved her to another bedroom, and he, as already secure there by the bed, tied his feet to the bedpost, one of the bedposts, so that he couldn't run, kind of tied her in the other bedroom. Then I came back to strangle him, and at that time we had a fight. And then the judge says, were you armed with a handgun at that time also? BTK says, yes, I had a handgun. The judge says, all right, what happened when you came back? BTK said, I actually had 2 handguns. And the judge says, all right. And then BTK says, well, when I started strangling, either the garrote broke or he broke his bonds, and he jumped up real quick like. I pulled my gun and then I quickly shot him. It hit him in the head. He fell over. I could see the blood. And as far as I was concerned, I thought he was down. He was out. And then I went straight on to strangle Catherine. And then we started fighting because the bonds weren't very good. And so back and forth we fought. The judge says, you and Catherine? And he says, BTK says, yeah, we fought. I got the best of her, and I thought she was going down, and then I could hear some movement in the other room. So I went back, and Kevin, no. I thought she was going down, and I went to the other bedroom where Kevin was at, and I tried to re-strangle him at that time, and he jumped up, and when we fought, and he at that time shot me, because he got the other pistol that was in my... Here, I had my magnum in my shoulder, so, and really, the judge says, a shoulder holster? BTK says, The judge says, did you have it in a shoulder holster? BTK says, yes, I had the magnum in my shoulder holster. The other one was at 22. And the judge says, all right. And BTK says, and we fought at that point in time, and I thought it was going to go off. I jammed the gun. I stuck my finger in there, jammed it, and I think he thought that was the only gun I had, because once I either bit his finger or hit him or something, got away, and I used the 22, and I shot him one more time, and I thought he was down for good that time. And the judge says, all right, so you shot him a second time? BTK says, yes, sir. Then the judge said, you went back to finish the job on Catherine, and she was fighting? And at that point in time, hold on, they have this messed up. I don't think they have this as the judge, but this could not be the judge. This has to be BTK. So I went back to finish the job on Catherine as she was fighting, and at that point in time, I'd been fighting her. I heard some, I don't know whether I was basically losing control. The strangulation wasn't working on her, and I used a knife on her. The judge says, you say you used a knife on her? BTK says, yes. The judge says, what did you do with the knife? BTK says, I stabbed her. She was either stabbed 2 or 3 times, either here or here, maybe 2 back here, 1 here, or maybe just 2 times back here. And the judge says, and you're pointing to your lower back, and your BTK says, yeah, underneath the ribs. The judge says, in your lower abdomen. BTK says, yeah, underneath the ribs, up under the ribs. And the judge says, so after you stabbed her, what happened? And BTK says, actually, I think at that point in time, well, it's a total mess, because I didn't have control on it. She was bleeding. She went down. I think I just went back to check on Kevin, or at that basically same time, I heard him escape. It could be one of the two, but all of a sudden, the front door of the house was open. He was gone, and I tell you what I thought. I thought the police were coming at that time. I heard the door open. I thought, that's it. And I stepped out there, and I could see him running down the street. So I quickly cleaned up everything that I could, and I left. The judge said, all right, now, Mr. Rader, you indicated that at the Oteros, you did not have a mask on. Did you have a mask on at the Brights? BTK says, no, I didn't, no. The judge says, all right, so what happened then? BTK says, I tried. I already had the keys to the cars. I thought I had the right key to the right car. I ran out to their car. I think it was a pickup out there. I tried to, it didn't work. And at that point in time, he was gone, running down the street. I thought, well, I'm in trouble. So I tried, it didn't work. So I just took off and ran. I went down, I went east, and then I worked my way back towards the WSU campus where my car was parked. The judge says, all right, so you had parked your car at the Wichita State University? BTK says, yes, sir. The judge says, campus? BTK says, the campus, The judge says, how far away was the Bright's residence? BTK says, I parked, what is that, the 13th? And there, I want to say there, I parked by that park, and then I walked to 13th to the Bright's residence, so I basically ran back. And the judge says, all right, so you were able to get to your car and get away? And BTK says, yes, sir. Then the murder of Shirley Vian. Okay, let me get a picture of Shirley here. Hang on one second. And then I'm going to make sure that we're still connected, because the wind is like unbelievable. Now, I think this second murder, this one right here, Catherine Bright, is one that they didn't have connected to him. And they just had him, when they were studying him, like going with this lull from the Oteros to Shirley Vian. And I believe it was her driver's license that he wrote in to the police and said, hey, this is connected to me. Okay, but I'm going to talk more about what he did, like, with the police. That's going to be in something else. I want to get through his confession first. Okay, let me just get... just want to get Shirley's picture up there. Just hang on one sec. Okay, I believe this is... hang on. Okay. It's a little bit larger. All right. So the judge says, now let's turn to count number 6. In that count, they claim on March 17th, 1977, in Sedgwick County, Kansas, you unlawfully killed Shirley Vian maliciously, willfully, deliberately, and with premeditation by strangulation, inflicting injuries from which she did die on March 17th, 1977. Can you tell me what you did on that day? And BTK says, as before. Vian was actually on that one, she was completely random. There was actually someone that across from Dylan's was potential target. I had project numbers assigned to it. And that particular day I drove to Dylan's, parked in the parking lot, watched this particular residence, and then I got out of my car and I walked over to it. It's probably in the police report, the address. I don't remember the address now. Knocked. Nobody answered it. So I was all keyed up. So I just started going through the neighborhood. I had been through the neighborhood before. I knew a little of the layout of that neighborhood. I'd been through the back alleys. I knew there were some certain people lived. And when I was walking down Hydraulic, I met a young boy, and I asked him if he would ID some pictures, kind of like a ruse, I guess, a ruse as you'd call it, and kind of feel it out, and saw where he went, and I went to another address. I knocked on the door. Nobody opened the door. So I just noticed where he went, and I went to that house, and we went from there. And the judge says, now, you call these projects? Were these sexual fantasies also? BTK says, potential hits, that, in my world, that's what I called them. And then the judge said, all right, so you... And BTK said they were called projects, hits. The judge says, all right, and why did you have these potential hits. Was this to gratify some sexual interest, or BTK says, yes, sir, I had I had a lot of them, so it's just, if one didn't work, I just moved to another one. The judge says, all right, so as I am to understand it then, on the 17th of March, 1977, you saw this little boy go into a residence. BTK, mm-hmm. And the judge says, and you tried another residence? BTK says, sir? The court says, no one was there. You tried another residence. No one was there, so you... BTK says, right. Yeah. The judge says, went to the residence with the little boy. And BTK says, and I watched where he went. And the judge says, what happened then? And he says, after I tried this once, the residence, nobody came to the door, I went to this house where he went in. I knocked on the door and I told them I was a private detective. I showed him a picture that I had just shown the boy, and I asked him if you could ID the picture. And that time I had a gun here, and I just kind of forced myself in. I just, walked in, just opened the door and walked in, and then pulled the pistol. And then the judge says, what happened then? And he says, I told Miss Diane that I had a problem with sexual fantasies, and that I was going to tie her up, and that I might have to tie the kids up, and that she would cooperate with me. At that time, we went back. She was extremely nervous. I think she even smoked a cigarette, and we went back to the one of the back areas of the porch. I explained to her that I had done this before. I think she, at that point in time, I think she was sick because she had a night robe on, and I think if I remember right, she had been sick, I think, and I think she came out of the bedroom when I went in the house. So anyway, we went back to her bedroom, and I proceeded to tie the kids up, and then they started crying and got real upset. So I said, oh, this is not going to work. So we moved them to the bathroom. She helped me. And then I tied the door shut, and we put some toys and blankets and odds and ends in there for the kids, make them as comfortable as we could. We tied one of the bathroom doors shut so they couldn't open it, and then she went back and helped me shove the bed up against the other bathroom door, and then I proceeded to tie her up again. She got sick and threw up. I got her a glass of water, comforted her a little bit, and then went ahead and tied her up and put a plastic bag over her head and strangled her. And the judge says, all right, was this a plastic bag also? He says, yes, sir, I think it was. The judge says, all right. And then BTK says, but I could be wrong in that. And the judge says, you put a bag, or... BTK says it was something. I'm sure it was a plastic bag, yeah. The judge says, now you say you put a bag over her head and strangled her? What did you strangle her with? I just want to make sure we're still live. Are we still live? Let me make sure. Hold on. I should have this running so I can see. Everybody can still hear? Everything's okay? Just let me know, because I really would hate to just be going on and on. Hi, Callie Lisa. Is everybody okay? Can you still hear and everything? Okay, good. Thank you, Kathleen. Thank you, Kathleen. Thank you, thank you, guys. Thank you, Twisted. Thank you, Lasso. Thank you, MSL. Okay. 1 second. Let me just get back to my thing here. Okay, so he says, yeah, I'm sure it was a plastic bag, yeah, and then the judge says, Now you say you put a bag over her head and you strangled her. What did you strangle her with? And BTK says, I think on that I had tied her legs to the bedpost. I worked up with the rope all the way up, and then what I had left over, I looped over her neck. The judge says, all right, so you used this rope to strangle her? BTK says, yes, I think it was the same one that I tied her body with. The judge says, all right, what happened then? And BTK says, well, the kids were really banging on the door, hollering and screaming, and then the telephone rang. And they had talked earlier that the neighbor's going to check on them. So I cleaned everything up real quick like, and I got out of there. I left and I went back in to my car. The judge says, now, when you say you cleaned everything, BTK says, well, I put my stuff, I had a briefcase, whatever I have laying around, ropes, tape, cords, I throw that in there, whatever that I had, that I brought in the house. And the judge said, had you brought that to the Bright residence also, or? BTK says, yeah, I think there's some basic stuff, but I don't remember bringing total stuff like I did to some of the others. The judge said, was this a kit that you had prepared? BTK says, yeah, The judge says, beforehand? BTK says, yes, I call it my hit kit. The judge says, all right, sir. You left the Vian residence, and had you parked your vehicle near there? BTK says, yeah, still in the same parking lot there at Dillon's. Judge says, all right. And then BTK says, at Hydraulic, and what is that? Harry, Lincoln, yeah, Lincoln, and Hydraulic. Okay, and then they go on to, hold on, we've got to get, 1 second. Next murder, okay. Let me get that one up. Okay. Nancy Fox. Okay, so the judge says, all right, in count 7, it is claimed that on the 8th day of December 1977 in Sedgwick County, Kansas, that you unlawfully killed a human being, that being Nancy Fox, maliciously, willfully, deliberately, and with premeditation by strangulation, inflicting injuries from which the said Nancy Fox did die on December 8th, 1977. Can you tell me what you did on that day here in Sedgwick County? BTK says, Nancy Fox was another one of the projects. When I was trolling the area, I noticed her go in the house one night. Sometimes I would... And anyway, I put her down as a potential victim. The judge said, let me ask you one thing, Mr. Rader. You've used the term when you were patrolling the area. What do you mean by that? BTK says, it's called stalking or trolling. The judge says, so you were not working in any form or fashion. You were just... BTK says, well, I don't know if if you read much about serial killers, they go through what they call the different phases. That's one of the phases they go through as a trolling stage. Basically, you're looking for a victim at that time, and that can either be trolling for months or years, but once you lock in on a certain person, then you become stalking. And That might be several of them, but you really hone in on that person. They basically come that's the victim, or at least that's what you want them to be. Miss Folston, excuse me, Your Honor, I think he said trolling with a T, not patrolling. Well, they've got this messed up. That's the lady in the court says that. Yeah, okay. The court says he did say trolling with a T. I thought he said patrolling. BTK says, oh, okay. The judge says, all right, sir. And then BTK says, no, I wasn't working, sir. The judge says, all right. BTK says, no, this was off my hours. And the judge says, all right, so you basically identified Nancy Fox as one of your projects? What happened then? BTK says, at first she was spotted. Then I did a little homework. I dropped by once to check the mailbox to see what her name was, and I found out where she worked. I stopped by there once at Hellsberg, kind of sized her up. I had, the more I know about a person, the more I feel comfortable with it. So I did that a couple of times, and then I just selected a night, which was this particular night, to try it, and it worked out. The judge says, all right, can you tell me what you did on the night of December 8th, 1977? BTK says, about 2 or 3 blocks away. I parked my car, and I walked to that residence. I knocked at the door. I knocked at the door first to make sure, see if anybody was in there, because I knew she arrived home at a particular time from where she worked. Nobody answered the door, so I went around to the back of the house. I cut the phone lines. I could tell that there wasn't anybody in the north apartment. I broke in, and I waited for her to come home in the kitchen. The judge says, all right, did she come home? BTK says, yes, she did. The judge says, what happened? BTK says, I confronted her. I told her I had a problem, a sexual problem, that I would have to tie her up and have sex with her. The court says, BTK says she was a little upset. We talked for a while. She smoked a cigarette while while we smoked a cigarette. I went through her purse identifying some stuff, and she finally said, well, let's get this over with so I can go call the police. And I said, yes. She went to the bathroom, and I told her when she came out to make sure that she was undressed, and when she came out, I handcuffed her, and I don't really remember whether the judge says, you handcuffed her? BTK says, sir? The judge says, you handcuffed her? You had a pair of handcuffs? BTK says, yes, sir. The judge says, what happened then? BTK says, well, anyway, I had her. I had handcuffed her. I had her lay on the bed, and then I tied her feet, and then I was also undressed to a certain degree, and then I got on top of her, and then I reached over. I took either her feet were tied or not tied, but anyway, I think I had a belt. I think I took a belt, and I strangled her with the belt at that time. The judge says, all right, after you strangled her, what happened then? BTK said, okay, after I strangled her with the belt, I took the belt off, and I retied that with pantyhose real tight. I removed the handcuffs, and I tied those with pantyhose. I can't remember the colors right now. I think I maybe retied her feet if they hadn't already. They were probably already tied. Her feet were. And then at that time, he says he pleasured himself, sir. Then the judge says, all right. Had you had sexual relations with her? BTK says, no. The judge says, before? BTK says, no. I told her I was, but I did not. The judge says, all right, so you pleasured yourself, then what did you do? BTK says, I dressed, and then I went through the house, took some personal items, and I kind of cleaned up the house. I went through and made and checked everything, and then I left. Then the judge says, all right, Ms. Falston, for the record, what is the address? Oh, excuse me, they have that wrong. That's Mrs. Falston said, all right, Your Honor, what is the address for the record? And the judge said, he's established it was in Sedgwick County. I don't need an exact address. For the purpose of this, it's in Sedgwick County. Do you remember the address, Mr. Rader? BTK says, oh, the Fox? Nice. 913 or 903. No, I sure don't. I know it was on Pershing, South Pershing. That's all. The judge says, here in Wichita? BTK says, it was nice. It was 9 something, sir, but I don't remember the other numbers, digits, Miss Falston. It's 843. The judge says, the address, as I said, is really not important, as long as you remember it happened in Wichita, Sedgwick County, Kansas. BTK says, yes, sir. Okay, next one, hang on. Next person, next victim. Wow. Is, hold on 1 second. I'm not seeing the next. Let me find her. Okay. Okay, this, get her. Marine Hedge. It's the next victim they're going to talk about. Okay. All right, so the judge says, all right, sir, let's turn to count 8. In count 8, it is claimed that on or about the 27th day of 1985 to the 28th day of April 1985 in Sedgwick County, Kansas, it is claimed that you unlawfully killed a human being, Marine Hedge, maliciously, willfully, deliberately, and with premeditation, by strangulation, inflicting injuries from which Marine Hedge did die on April 27, 1985. Can you tell me what occurred that day? Hold on, I'm just going to drink here. Okay, and BTK says, well, actually, kind of like the others, she was chosen. I went through the different phases, stalking phase, and she lived down the street from me. I could watch the coming and going quite easily. On that particular date, I had a other commitment. I came back from that commitment. I parked my car over at Woodlawn in 21st Street at a bowling alley there at the time. Before that, I dressed into, I had some other clothes, or I changed clothes. I went to the bowling alley. I went in there under the pretense of bowling. Called a taxi, had a taxi take me out to Park City, had my kit with me. It was a bowling bag. The judge said, all right, now, is Park City in Sedgwick County, Kansas? BTK says, yes, sir, uh-huh, mm-hmm. The judge says, all right, you have the taxi take you to Park City. What happened then? BTK said that then I pretended that I was a little drunk. I just took some beer, washed it around my mouth, and the guy could probably smell the alcohol on me. I told him to let me out so I could get some fresh air. And I walked from where the taxi let me off over to her house. The judge says, all right, where does she live? BTK says, 62, 427, 54, 62, 547, 6254. The judge says, all right, what was the North, and BTK says, North Independence. The judge says, all right, when you walked over there, what happened next? BTK said, well, as before, I was going to have a sexual fantasy, so I brought my hit kit. And lo and behold, her car was there. I thought, gee, she's not supposed to be home. So I very carefully snuck into the house. She wasn't there. So about that time, the doors rattled. So I went back to one of the bedrooms, and I hid back there in one of the bedrooms. She came in with a male visitor. They were there for maybe an hour or so, and then he left. I waited till the wee hours of the morning. I then proceeded to sneak into her bedroom and flip the lights on real quick like. Or I think the bathroom lights. I didn't want to flip her lights on, and she screamed, and I jumped on the bed and strangled her manually. Judge says, all right, now, were you wearing any kind of a disguise or a mask at this time? BTK says, no. The judge says, you indicated this woman lived down the street from you. Did she know you? BTK says, casually, we'd walk by and wave. She liked to work in her yard as well, and as I like to work, and it's just a neighborly type thing. It wasn't anything personal, just a neighbor. The judge says, all right, so she was in her bed. When you turned on the lights in the bathroom? BTK says, yeah, the bathroom, just so I could get some light in there. The judge says, all right, what did you do then? BTK says, oh, I manually strangled her when she started to scream. So the judge says, so you used your hands? BTK says, yes, sir. The judge says, and you strangled her? Did she die? BTK says, yes. The judge says, all right, what did you do then? BTK says, after that, since I was in the sexual fantasy, I went ahead and I stripped her, and I probably went ahead and I'm not sure if I tied her up at that point, but anyway, she was nude, and I put her on a blanket and I went through her purse, some personal things in the house. I figured out how I was going to get her out of there. Eventually, I moved her to the trunk of the car. I took the car over to the Christ Lutheran Church. This is with the older church, and took some pictures of her. The judge says, all right, you took some photographs of her? What kind of camera did you use? BTK says, Polaroid. Then the judge says, all right, did you keep those photographs? BTK says, yes, the police probably have them. The judge says, all right, what happened then? BTK said, that was it. I went, she went through, she was already dead, so I took pictures of her in different forms of bondage, and then that's probably what got me in trouble is the bondage thing. So anyway, that's probably the main thing. But anyway, after that, I moved her back out to the car, and then we went east on 53rd. The judge says, all right, what occurred then? BTK says, sir? The judge says, what happened then? BTK says, trying to find a place to hide the body. The judge says, did you find a place? BTK says, yes, yes I did. Judge says, where? And asks him, where? BTK says, couldn't tell you without looking at a map, but it was on 53rd between Greenwich, maybe what's that other one between Greenwich and Rock? And then somebody offers Webb, and then BTK says Webb between Webb and Greenwich. I found a ditch, a low place on the north side of the road, and I hid her there. The judge says, all right, you say you hid her there? Did you? BTK says, well, there were some trees, some brush, and I laid that over the top of her body. The judge says, all right, so you removed the body from the car, you put her in the ditch, and then you laid some brush over the body? And BTK says, yes, sir. Then they go on to the next victim, who's Dolores Davis. Hang on one second. Dolores. Okay. This is Dolores. I just want to make sure that's, hang on one second. Yeah. Okay, that's Dolores. She looks very much like Maureen, doesn't she? As he got older, at least some of his victims got older as well, right? Let me see now. I'm going to make sure we're still good. Hi, Rebecca. Are you guys okay? Okay. Are you okay, Kathleen? Is anybody too scared? Do you want me to stop? Are you okay? Danielle was said to have learning problems. Are you okay, Kathleen? I don't want to scare Kathleen and make her all scared. You're okay, Kathleen? You sure? Is everybody okay? Okay, and she says don't stop. Okay, I just didn't want you to be scared. That's terrible. I don't like that. I wouldn't, yeah. Okay, don't be scared. Okay, yeah. Hold on. Let me just get a sip of coffee. Okay. So let me go back to our thing here. I keep going to the wrong one. All right, so this is Dolores E. Davis. So the judge says, now, sir, let's turn to count 10. In that count, it's claimed that on or about that 18th day of January, 1991, to the 19th day of January, 1991, in the county of Sedgwick, state of Kansas, that you did then and there unlawfully kill a human being, that being Dolores E. Davis, maliciously, willfully, deliberately, and with premeditation by strangulation, inflicting injuries from which the said Dolores E. Davis did die on January 19th, 1991. Mr. Rader, please tell me what you did here in Sedgwick County, Kansas, on that day that makes you believe you're guilty. And so Rader says, that particular day, I had some commitments. I left those. I went to one place. I changed my clothes. I went to another place. I parked my car. I finally made arrangements on my hit kit, my clothes, and then walked to that residence. After spending some time at the residence, it was very cold that night. I had reservations about going in because I had cased the place before, and I really couldn't figure out how to get in. And she was in the house, so I finally just selected a concrete block, and I threw it through the plate glass window on the east, and I came on in. The judge says, all right, where is this residence located? Rader says, it's on the hillside, but I couldn't give the address. I know it's probably 61, probably 62 something. I don't know, 62 something. The judge says, north or south? And BTK says, north hillside. The judge says, all right, so you used a concrete block to break a window? Rader says, plate glass window, patio door, The judge says, all right, what happened then? Rader says, noise. I just went in. She came out of a bedroom and thought a car had hit her house, and I told her that I used the ruse of being wanted. I was on the run. I needed food, car, warmth, warm up, and then I asked her, I handcuffed her, and I kind of talked to her. I told her that I would like to get her some food. I told her that I would like to get some food, not get her some food. I would like to get some food, get her keys to the car, and kind of rest assured, talked with her a little bit, calmed her down a little bit, and then eventually I checked. I think she was still handcuffed. I went back and I checked out where the car was. I simulated getting some food, odds and ends in the house, kind of like I was leaving. And then I went back and I removed her handcuffs, and then I tied her up, and then eventually strangled her. The judge says, all right, you say eventually strangled her. Rader says, well, after I tied her up, I went through some things in the room there and then I strangled her. The judge says, all right, you say you went through. Were you looking for something? Rader says, well, some personal items, yes. I took some personal items from there. The judge says, did you take personal items in every one of these incidents? Rader says, I did on Hedge. I don't remember anything in Vicky's place. The Oteros, we got the watch and the radio. I don't think I did any in Bright's. Vian's, no, I don't think so. Fox, yes. I took some things from Fox. It was hit and miss. The judge says, all right, but in regard... Rader says, probably if it was a controlled situation where I had more time, I took something. But if it was a confusion and other things, I didn't, because I was trying to get out of there. The judge says, all right, so in regard to the Davis matter, you went around the room, you took a few personal things. What did you do then? Rader says, strangled her. The judge says, what did you strangle her with? Rader says, pantyhose. The judge says, all right, what happened then? Did she die? Rader says, kind of like Mrs. Hedge. I already figured out I had a, plan on leaving, put her in a blanket, drug her to the car, put her in the trunk of the car. The judge said, so you were able to strangle her to death with these pantyhose? Rader says, yes, sir. The judge says, all right, you put her in your car? And Rader says, in her car. And the judge says, or in a car. Rader says, her car. The judge says, her car or trunk? He says, the trunk of her car, The judge says, what happened then? Rader says, I really had a commitment I needed to go to. So I moved her to one spot, took her out of her car. This gets complicated. Then the stuff I had, clothes, gun, whatever, I took that to another spot in her car. I dumped that off, okay? And then I took her car back to her house, left that. Let me think now. Okay, and this is where he makes this popping sound with his lips that you might remember, where it's really deranged, right? He makes that popping sound. And then he says, okay, in the interim, I took her car back to her house. In the interim, I realized that I had lost one of my guns. I dropped it somewhere, so I was distracted trying to figure out where my gun was. So I went back in the house, realized I had dropped it when I went in when I broke the plate glass window. It dropped. It fell on the floor right there, and I found it right there. So that solved that problem. And anyway, I went back out, threw the keys, checked the car real quick like, and threw the keys up on top of the roof of her house. Then I walked from her car back to my car, took my car, drove it back, and I either dropped more stuff off, or I picked her up and put him in my car, and then I drove northeast of Sedgwick County, and I dropped her off underneath a bridge. And the judge says, all right, so all of these incidents, these 10 counts, occurred because you wanted to satisfy a sexual fantasy. Is that correct? Rader says, yes. The judge says, does any party desire any further matters to be put on the record at this time? Mr. Osborne said, no, Your Honor. And then the judge said, you may be seated, Mr. Rader. So that was his confession there, right? Okay. Now let's see if we're still live here before we go on to the next thing. Okay, everybody still here? Is everybody still here? Just want to make sure that we're still live. You can still hear me. Okay, Nora Woods, girlfriend. It's been a long time. Nora says, it is so creepy that he remembers every detail about his many victims for many years. Yeah, but do you think it's funny how he's like comforting? He says he's comforting that one lady that was sick, and he got her a glass of water because she vomited and everything, and he makes it sound like he's so caring, and he wanted to give that father a coat to put under him so he was more comfortable, remember? So it's really bizarre, some of this stuff, right? And I think he minimizes a lot of the torture and the sexual part of it and all of that. He's minimizing that big time. You know. He's left a lot out of that. Okay, but we're going to talk some more about now, like, the evidence they had on him, okay? Because you'd think, like, how come they weren't getting prints, and how come they weren't getting footprints and shoe prints, and how come it took so long to catch him? And he was playing games, sending stuff to news stations who were then going to the police. And he was making a real game of this. And there's, I'll get into that. I don't want to get too ahead of myself. There is one thing in the documentary when they show it in the documentary, like a Pinto station wagon. You remember those Ford Pinto station? That's the vehicle they show in the documentary. But the daughter says at that 1991 victim, and I believe it's the one we just talked about. No, it would have been the one before. It's the one he put in his car, that station wagon. She said that her mother was very, very sick at that time in the hospital. She had been in the hospital for several days. She had pneumonia, I believe it was. It was January. And she said her father was out of work and he was very stressed out. And she said he didn't really have a bad temper. Like, she said he was like, I told you, she would want to go out with him because he didn't care if she got dirty or like would let her be a tomboy. But she said he did have where he could turn like on a dime. And you got to know what his triggers were, she said. So, like, you let him pick the movie you're going to see. You let him get his lunch first. You didn't leave your shoes out. Or, like, they learned the things that would set him off. And they, were very careful, walked on eggshells a little bit there in that respect, and they found out the things that would make him switch like that. So without them doing that, she was saying they really didn't see that. Now, where was I going with that? Except that she said as she's thinking about this and learning about what he did, and finding out that he put this woman in the back of that station wagon. And I believe she knew this woman. So she said in high school, he gave her that station wagon. And she said, to think that he gave me a station wagon where he had one of his victims, and she said the victims in the back, that just is beyond. But she also said he couldn't cook. And when the mother was in the hospital, he had tried to cook some eggs and they were terrible. But it was at this time that he was murdering that woman in that time frame where the mother was in the hospital. He had lost it. He was out of work. And that's, when he did this. Okay, so let's go now and talk about some of the evidence, because he left out some things, and let me get to and there's also another victim that I don't know why they didn't have him confess to Vicky for some reason. But this was another one of his victims. Put this here. Right there. And she was 28. Her name was Vicky Wergley. She was found strangled in her bed September 16th. 1986. She had a 2-year-old son who was home, but he wasn't harmed. And this is the one. After years of silence, the BTK Killer resurfaced in 2004 with a letter to the Wichita Eagle that included photos of her murder and a photocopy of her missing driver's license. This is the woman, that I told you about earlier. And he wanted, quotes, credit for the murder. Okay, so he said, hey, you guys missed this one. This belongs to BTK. But for some reason now, let me see. So we don't have a... why didn't he have to confess to her, huh? Hang on a moment. Okay. Let me pull this up. Okay, so let's look at some of the evidence, okay, the state's summary of the evidence. The purpose of this document is to provide a full and accurate accounting of the merciless and sadistic murders of Joseph Otero Sr., Julie Otero, Josephine Otero, Joseph Otero Jr., Catherine Bright, Shirley Vian, Nancy Fox, Maureen Hedge, Vicky Wergley, and Dolores Davis. Crimes of Dennis Rader and his remorseless accounting of the commission of these crimes are beyond comprehension. The actions and words of Dennis Rader evidence cruel wickedness, extreme depravity, and a morally perverted delight in the suffering of others. A true description of these horrific murders cannot be sanitized. The Oteros. Officers of the Wichita Police Department were dispatched to 803 North Edgemoor at 3:40 p.m. on January 15, 1974. Officer Robert Beulah and Officer Jim Lindbergh arrived at 3:42 p.m. and they were met by a distraught Charlie Otero, a 15-year-old boy. Charlie Otero ran to the officers and said his mother and father were in the house and they were all tied up. The officers instructed Charlie Otero, his brother, 14-year-old Danny Otero, and his sister, 13-year-old Carmen Otero, to remain outside. The officers entered the home. Entry to the home was made through the front door into the living room. The living room was neat and orderly, but the officers noticed a brown leather lady's purse on the floor. The contents of the purse were strewn on the floor in the dining area. In the kitchen, the officers noticed a white box, possibly a girl's purse, and a black billfold on the stove. Contents of the billfold were on the stove. Officers checked the bedrooms. The doors to the southwest bedroom stood halfway open. The officers pushed the door open and saw a man on the floor. A cut white rope and a butcher knife were on the floor next to the man. A woman was on the bed. The woman's legs were bent and hanging over the edge of the bed. The officers noticed blood on the nose and mouth. Officer Beulah found no pulse. The woman's hands appeared to have been tied behind her back. A white cloth gag covered with blood was found next to her head. Officer Beulah notified dispatch that he had 2 possible homicide victims. Officer Lindbergh left the house to attend to the children. After Lieutenant Jack Watkins arrived at approximately 4 o'clock p.m., Officer Beulah left the house and notified the children that the parents were deceased. In an interview with Officer Lindbergh, the children said they lived in the home with their parents and Josephine, a younger sister, and Joseph Jr., a younger brother. The children were distraught over having to tell Josephine and Joseph Jr. that their parents were dead. The children informed the officer that the family... Gosh, I just got chills down my back with that. Hold on a second. Ugh. In an interview with Officer Lindbergh, the children said they lived in the home with their... Okay, hold on, where was it? The children were distraught over having... The children informed the officer that the family had lived in the home for only 9 weeks. The children told Officer Lindbergh that the family car, a brown 1968 Vista Cruise station wagon, was missing. Danny Otero told the officer that he and Carmen arrived home from school and found their parents in their bedroom. Joseph Sr. and Julie Otero had their hands tied behind their backs. Danny got a knife and cut the ropes. Danny's father was face down, but Danny turned him over after cutting the rope around his father's hands. Danny tried desperately to perform artificial respiration. Charlie Otero told the officer that he arrived home and noticed the family dog in the backyard. Charlie said that the dog was never left in the backyard unless the family had company. While Officer Beulah was outside of the home, Lieutenant Jack Watkins discovered the body of Joseph Otero Jr. in another upstairs bedroom. Lieutenant Watkins and Officer Beulah searched the rest of the home. Josephine Otero was found in the northwest storage area of the basement. Josephine Otero was hanging by a rope that had been tied to a sewer pipe. A white cloth was tied around her mouth. Josephine Otero was wearing a blue short-sleeved knit sweater, and was naked from the waist down. Her panties were around her ankles. Josephine Otero was bound at the feet and knees. Lieutenant Watkins and Officer Beulah secured the home. While exiting, Officer Beulah noticed that the telephone in the kitchen was off the hook. Well, he didn't tell that correctly, did he, in his confession? In interviews with detectives, Charlie, Danny, and Carmen Otero said their mother woke them up for school at 7:30 a.m. The kids were running late and left for school with their father at approximately 7:50 a.m. Charlie started to close the garage door, but his father said to leave it open because he was returning home after dropping the kids off at school. The children walked home from school because the family had only one car. Joseph Otero Sr. had been involved in an accident with the other car. Danny and Carmen arrived home from school, tried the back door. The dog was in the backyard. The children could not get the door open, so Danny went around to the front door. As Danny went to the front door, Carmen was able to open the back door. Carmen hollered for her brother, but she eventually went around to the front door. The children entered the home through the front door and noticed the mess on the floor and their father's wallet on the stove. The children went into the parents' bedroom, and found their father on the floor and their mother on the bed. Danny went to his father. As Carmen checked on her mother, the children attempted to revive their parents. Carmen removed the gag from her mother's mouth and cut the rope around her neck. Carmen used a pair of hand toenail clippers to cut the rope. The toenail clippers were found at the foot of the bed. Danny went to the kitchen to get a knife to cut the ropes around his father's hands. Danny noticed that his father's chest was very stiff when he tried to revive him. Danny said the brown belt found in the bedroom had been pulled tight around his father's throat. Danny tried to use the telephone in the kitchen, but the line was dead. Danny threw the phone down and ran to the basement phone, but was unable to use the basement phone. Danny ran outside and contacted a neighbor. Charlie then arrived home from school. Charlie Otero said he closed the garage door when he arrived home from school. After entering his parents' bedroom, Charlie recalled pulling something from his father's neck. Charlie became very angry and began slamming things around. Charlie specifically remembered breaking a yardstick. Charlie Otero was informed of the murder of his younger sister and his younger brother by Detective Ray Floyd. Charlie Otero became very upset. Charlie Otero asked the police chaplain, George Goody, to tell Danny and Carmen about the murder of their siblings. Chaplain Goody was assisted by Father Gerald Rychek, a Catholic priest. After securing the residence, law enforcement set up a command post at the old school across the street from the Otero home. Chief of Police Lloyd Hannon assigned 10 teams of detectives to investigate the murders and search for the missing car. Colonel Clyde Beavis assigned lab personnel to process the Otero home. At 5:46 p.m., Detective Lewis Brown located the Otero car in the parking lot of the Dillon's grocery store at Central and Olive. The keys to the beige 1966 Oldsmobile Vista Cruiser were missing. Steve Christian, the brother of the former owner of the Otero home, reported seeing the car backing out of the driveway at approximately 10:30 a.m. Mr. Christian was on his way to pick up his mother and had turned west onto Murdoch from Edgemore when he saw the car backing out of the driveway. The car traveled west on Murdoch. At the Otero home, Officer Buela assisted lab investigator Ron Eggleston in processing the home. Investigator Eggleston arrived at 4:10 p.m. A girl and boy's coat were on the couch in the front room. A child's lunchbox stood open on the dining room table. An open loaf of bread, a knife, and several small tins of sandwich spread were on the table. Some slices of bread were covered with the sandwich spread. At the west end of the table, an open can of pears set next to a small bowl of pears. A pair of men's shoes were under the chair at the west end of the table. The southwest chair was pushed away from the table. A leather purse was on the floor. The contents of the purse was scattered on the floor. In the small kitchen, Investigator Eggleston documented a small plastic child's lunchbox and a billfold on the stove. The billfold belonged to Joseph Otero Sr. An open gallon of milk was on the drain board, along with the handset of the wall-mounted telephone. In the southwest bedroom, Investigator Eggleston found Julie Otero lying on her back on the bed. Ms. Otero was wearing blue jeans and a housecoat. Ms. Otero's feet were bound at the ankles and were hanging over the side of the bed. Mrs. Otero's hands were bound at the wrists with a white cotton rope. Ms. Otero had blood from her nose and had bruised indentations around her neck. Portions of white cotton rope were on the bed. Joseph Otero Sr. was lying on his back on the floor at the foot of the bed. Mr. Otero's hands were not bound, but both wrists had rope impressions. Mr. Otero's neck exhibited similar rope impressions. A kitchen knife and pieces of white rope were on the floor. One piece of rope was tied to the north corner of the bed. Mr. Otero's right cheek was bruised, and he appeared to have bled from his nose and mouth. Joseph Otero Jr. was in the east center bedroom. The bedroom contained bunk beds and a large packing crate. So these kids, what I'm assuming is the older kids left for school before, and the younger kids were going to leave for school, and she was in the middle of packing their lunches, or if he had come later, those little kids would have been in school, right? Is that what you're getting from that? That's what I'm getting. Okay, Joseph Otero Jr. was in the east center bedroom. The bedroom contained bunk beds and a large packing crate. He was found lying on the floor next to the bed. Joseph Jr. was wearing a long-sleeved button shirt, jeans, and socks. Joseph Jr. was bound at the ankles and the wrists with a white cotton rope. A blue T-shirt and a plastic bag covered his head. The bag was tied at the neck with a white cotton rope. Josephine Otero was in the basement utility room. Josephine was partially nude, wearing a small knit top and socks. Josephine's bra was torn. Her panties were around her bound ankles. Josephine was hanging by the neck from a rope that was tied to the collar of a sewer pipe. Josephine was gagged, but her tongue protruded slightly from her mouth and around the gag. Josephine was tied at the wrists and knees. The rope from her knees was brought up to her waist and tied between her navel and pubic area. Josephine's toes were just a fraction of an inch above the floor. Investigator Eggleston documented spots or stains on the concrete floor directly in front of Josephine. Investigator Eggleston documented that severing of the telephone line at the rear exterior of the house and collected evidence from the scene. Hey, Nora, thank you for being a rambler for a while. 65 months. Thank you so much. Dr. William Eckert performed autopsies on the bodies of Joseph Otero Sr., Julie Otero, Josephine Otero, and Joseph Otero Jr. The cause of death of Joseph Otero Sr. and his son, Joseph Otero Jr., was determined to be asphyxiation and strangulation. The cause of death of Julie Otero and her daughter Josephine Otero was determined to be strangulation. Joseph Otero Sr. was 38 years old. Julie Otero was 34 years old. Josephine Otero was 11 years old. Joseph Otero Jr. was only 9 years old. Thank you, Scooter, for being a Detective Rambler for 69 months. Woohoo! Okay. Then we have Catherine Bright. Remember Rader's confession? That's not what was found there. He didn't say that he took that little girl in the basement. He didn't say that stuff. They lie. They never tell the truth. Right? Why do we have a leaf? Oh, it's a new member. To Scooter check. There was a leaf. Did you see that? That's a new thing. We have a leaf now. When someone becomes a new member, but she's not a new member, she is a member. Okay. I got excited. I thought we had a brand new member. Anyway, Catherine Bright. On April 4th, 1974, Wichita Police Department officer Dennis Landon was dispatched to 3210 East 17th Street at 2:05 p.m. on the report of a possible shooting victim. While en route, Officer Landon was notified that an ambulance was being dispatched to the location. Officer Landon arrived at the area at 2:08 p.m. and determined that the address of 3210 East 17th Street was a mistake. Officer Landon approached the address of 2317 East 13th Street and knocked at the screen door. The front door was open. After receiving no response, Officer Landon looked in through the open door, saw a female lying in a pool of blood. The young woman was found clutching a telephone in her hand. Officer Landon found her at the back of the house, outside of a bedroom. Remember, that was the thing, right? When people just had landlines and these guys would cut the phone lines, right? Wow, this just gives you chills, right? How they'd cut the phone line and then they'd cut you off. That's it, right? You're not calling for help. Okay, so all right. Officer Landon turned her over to see her injuries. She was asked what happened but was unable to respond. When asked if she was hurt, she pulled up her blouse, exposing her abdomen. She was still alive. Officer Landon noticed 3 possible knife wounds. The young woman said she did not know her attacker. She was able to give her name, Catherine Bright, and her age, 21, before she began to pass out. Officer Landon got a cloth from the kitchen, and he applied the cloth to her wounds. The officer noticed nylon stockings tied to her wrists. A blue scarf and a thin rope of cord was tied loosely around her neck. Her right hand clutched a white rag. A nylon stocking was tied tightly around her ankles. Bright said she could not breathe and asked the officer to untie her legs. Officer Landon used his pocket knife to cut the stocking tied around her ankles. Officer Landon notified dispatch of his need for an ambulance and elevated Bright's legs. Officer Raymond Fletcher arrived and assisted in attending to Bright. Upon his arrival, Officer Fletcher noticed that Bright was covered in blood. In addition to the pool of blood underneath her waist, Bright had blood on her hands, in her hair, and on her face. Officer Fletcher noted that she was bleeding from her left nostril and her face was badly bruised. The officers tried to calm Bright by telling her an ambulance was on the way and that she'd be all right. At this time, Bright showed no reaction in the pupils of her eyes, and her breathing became shallow. Bright grabbed Officer Fletcher's arm and repeated, I can't breathe. Help me." Bright was cold and clammy, and her face had a bluish hue. Why, they didn't know how to do CPR? Oh my gosh, poor lady. Child at 21. After the Metro ambulance took Bright to Wesley Medical Center, Officer Landon and Officer Fletcher walked through the house. Underneath a small green table in the entry room, Officer Landon noticed a clutched bag or purse with the contents strewn on the floor. The radio in the living room was on. In the front bedroom, Officer Fletcher noticed a green chest of drawers. The top drawer was open and contained women's underwear. The princess phone in the room had been disconnected from the wall. The radio in the room was on. A pair of shirts tied to a nightgown were found near the closet. The nightgown was saturated with blood. 2 teeth were on the nightgown. A red piece of clothing was tied to the bed. A green piece of clothing was tied to the red clothing. The door to the connecting bathroom had a bullet hole consistent with a small caliber weapon. The officers documented a hole in the linoleum floor of the bathroom. Bits and pieces of a .22 caliber or small caliber bullet were found near the door jamb of the opposite bathroom door that connected to the back bedroom. Bright was found in a pool of blood outside of the back bedroom. A turquoise cushioned chair was in the doorway of the back bedroom. Nylon stockings were tied to the arms of the chair. The chair contained a large pool of blood. The back door of the house opened into the kitchen. The glass to the back door was broken out, but had not out. The glass to the back door was broken out and had been swept up against the door. Officer Fletcher interviewed William Williams and Edward Bell. Williams and Bell had seen a young man running from the house towards Hillside. The young man was bleeding from the head. The young man said he had been shot. And he's in there now doing a number on my sister. Please help me. One of the men called police, and then Williams and Bell rushed the young man to Wesley Medical Center. Detective Lloyd Simon found a plastic cord in the front seat of an old Chevrolet pickup truck that was parked directly east of the home in Holyoke. The cord was stained with blood and was found next to a stocking cap. The truck was registered to Charles Bright, the father of Catherine Bright. Wichita police officer Ronald Davenport responded to Wesley Medical Center, arriving between 2:10 and 2:15. Chief of Hospital Security Arnold Davis was in the emergency room with 19-year-old Kevin Bright. Davis advised that Bright had been shot twice in the head and arrived at the hospital with a white cord tied around his neck. Davis had removed the cord. Later, in another emergency room, Officer Davenport observed Catherine Bright. Bright had a scarf and a white cord tied around her neck and entangled in her hair. Well, the officers didn't even remove the stuff around her neck. Oh my gosh. Medical personnel was busy treating Bright, but Officer Davenport observed 5 stab wounds in the abdomen area. When Bright was turned over, Officer Davenport saw 2 more stab wounds on her back. Officer Davenport heard Bright say, "Help me." Eventually, Bright was taken to surgery. Bright later died in surgery. Wow. Lab investigator Ron Eggleston observed Kevin Bright in the hospital. Eggleston was informed that ropes had been tied around Bright's neck had been removed. Eggleston observed that Bright had 2 gunshot wounds to the head. One wound was to the right upper lip. Powder burns were visible around the wound. The other wound was to the right forehead. Bruising was visible on the cheek and neck, and rope marks were visible on the neck. Bright was conscious but in pain and had difficulty speaking. Detective Jerry Freypoint. Where's that? Hold on a minute. Jerry Freypoint, Officer David Wary, Officer Davenport, and Arnold Davis interviewed Kevin Bright in the emergency room. Bright was being treated by medical personnel, and the conversation was stopped several times due to Bright choking up blood. Bright was eventually taken to intensive care, but later that day gave a taped statement to Detective Darrell Oakley and Captain Al Stewart. Bright said, excuse me a minute. Where did I just get here? Al Stewart. Bright was eventually taken to intensive care, but later that day gave a taped statement to Detective Darrell Oakley and Captain Al Stewart. Bright said that he lived in Valley Center, but stayed at his sister's house the night of April 3rd, 1974, due to snow. Mr. Bright told the officers that he and his sister were confronted by a white male with a gun when they entered the home at approximately 12:30 p.m. The white male came out of the bedroom and said he was not going to hurt them. The man said he was from California, or wanted in California, and needed money and a car to get to New York. Mr. Bright described the man as 25 years of age, 5'11" tall, 180 pounds, with a stocky build, a light complexion, and a mustache. The man was wearing a black stocking cap, a windbreaker, and an army coat with possible fur around the hood. Mr. Bright said the man was wearing a silver wristwatch on his left arm. The watch had an expansion band. The gun was described as a black .22 automatic. The man wore gloves and was sweating profusely. The man ordered Kevin Bright and his sister into a bedroom. Bright was forced to tie his sister's hands behind her back. Bright was then taken into another bedroom and tied up by the man. The man asked for money, and Bright gave him $3. The man left the room, and Bright heard the man tell his sister that he found $10. The man came back into the room and put a stocking around his neck. Bright believed that the man was going to choke him. Bright struggled loose and grabbed what Bright believed to be the man's finger. The man pulled a gun from his pocket and shot him. Bright never lost consciousness. Later, the man kicked Bright to see if he was dead. Bright said he heard his sister cry out in pain at times. In the home, Detective Richard Cook found a .22 caliber cartridge casing in the front room of the house. 2 .22 caliber cartridge casings were removed from the closet in the front bedroom. At the St. Francis Morgue lab, investigator Eggleston observed Catherine Bright. Bright's face was badly swollen and discolored. The eyes were blackened, and her face was covered with petechia hemorrhaging. A dark area was visible on her left jaw and the neck. Bright's shoulders and right ear were bruised. Ligature marks were visible on her neck, wrist, and ankles. At the autopsy, Dr. William Eckert identified 11 stab wounds to the right front and left back of Bright. Bright's larynx was damaged. The cause of death was determined to be multiple stab wounds and strangulation. Bind them, torture them, kill them. On October 22nd, 1974, Don Granger of the Wichita Eagle and Beacon newspaper received a telephone call from an unidentified individual informing him that a message regarding the Otero homicides was in a book in the Wichita Public Library. Granger relayed the information to the Wichita Police Department. Detective Bernie Droxwatsky of the Wichita Police Department recovered a 2-page typed document from a textbook entitled Applied Engineering Mechanics. The document contained a statement of responsibility for the Otero homicides and information to support the claim of responsibility. 2. An attempt to explain a motivation and rationale for the murders. 3. A code name of BTK, derived from the words bind them, torture them, and kill them. Law enforcement had arrested 3 men for the Otero murders. The author stated, "Those 3 dudes you have in custody are just talking to get publicity for the Otero murders. They know nothing at all." The author claims sole responsibility for the murders. "I did it all myself, with no one's help." In support of the claim of responsibility, the author stated, "Let's put it straight," and gave a description of the murders and the scene. The author stated that the kids making lunches before Josephine was murdered by hanging by the neck, and Joseph Jr. was suffocated with the old bag trick. The author casually stated, "Otero's watch is missing. I needed one, so I took it. Runs good." The author claimed to be controlled by a monster and warns that more victims will follow. Finally, the author gave himself a name, writing, "The code words for me will be bind them, torture them, kill them, BTK." Shirley Vian. On March 17, 1977, at approximately 1 p.m., Wichita police officer Raymond Fletcher responded to a dispatch call at 1345 South Hydraulic. A man met the officer in the driveway of 1345 South Hydraulic and said that his wife had been up to the house up the street and she had seen a woman with a bag over her head. The man's wife believed the woman was dead. Officer Fletcher and the man, later identified as James Burnett, ran to 1311 South Hydraulic, and Officer Fletcher entered the residence. Officer Fletcher found a nude woman laying face down on a bed. The woman's feet were towards the head of the bed, and the bed was shoved up against the door to the bathroom, so he told the truth with that. A plastic bag tied with a pink nightgown covered the woman's head. Black electrical tape was wrapped around her arms and ankles. He never mentioned electrical tape, right? A white cord and a nylon bound her hands behind her back. Her ankles were also tied with a cord. Lieutenant R.L. Anderson and D.E. Sinclair of the Wichita Fire Department arrived and began to administer care to the woman. The plastic bag was removed from her head. A white cord was wrapped around her neck and ran the length of her body. Officer Fletcher documented that the cord was wrapped around her neck 4 to 5 times, and then it ran down her back and bound her wrists. The cord then ran down her legs and bound her ankles, and then the cord was tied around the bedpost at the head of the bed. EMS personnel Dave Martin and Ray Long arrived and brought the woman into the living room to perform CPR. Because the bedroom was very dark due to all the blinds being drawn. The woman, identified as Shirley Vian, did not respond to CPR. Officer Fletcher notified dispatch that he had a homicide. Sharon Burnett told Officer Fletcher that 6-year-old Steve Relford and 8-year-old Junior Relford, the sons of Shirley Vian, came running to her house. The time was approximately 12:50 p.m. The boys said that a man with a gun and a suitcase had forced them into a bathroom. The man then tied up their mother. The boys said their mama was on her bed, tied up with tape on her arms. Burnett ran to the Vian home and found Shirley Vian's 4-year-old daughter, Stephanie Relford, crying in the living room. Burnett discovered Shirley Vian in the bedroom. Vian was bound, and a plastic bag covered her head. Vian was not moving, and Burnett feared she was dead. Burnett returned home and called police. Steve Relford told detectives Rick Easter and Lewis Brown that he answered a knock at the door and a man with a gun entered the house. Steve had earlier seen the man up the street when he went to Dylan's grocery store to get soup. Because their mother was sick, remember? Law enforcement investigation determined that Shirley Vian had sent Steve to Dylan's store at 1227 South Hydraulic for some groceries. Don Hush, manager of the store, told law enforcement that Shirley Vian had called to advise that her boys would be coming to the store. Steve Dunn, a Dylan store clerk, recalled waiting on Steve at approximately noon. Stephen took the detectives to the 1200 block of South Hydraulic and pointed to 1243 South Hydraulic. Steve said he saw the man knocking on the door of that house. The man was carrying a suitcase. The man then approached him and showed him a picture of a little child and a grown-up. The man asked if Stephen had seen the people in the photograph. Stephen told the detectives that he did not know the people in the photograph. Stephen returned home and laid down with his mother when there was a knock at the door. Stephen heard his mom say, "Don't hurt us," when the man entered his house. The man said, "I'm not going to hurt you," and herded him, his brother and sister, and his mom into the bedroom. The man unzipped the suitcase, removed a rope, and began to tie Junior's hands. Junior started to cry, and the man forced Stephen, his sister Stephanie, and Junior into the bathroom. The man tied a rope around the door and underneath the sink. Stephen tried to push the door, but the bed was pushed up against the bathroom door. Junior broke a window in the bathroom to try to get out. Stephen was worried that Junior would get in trouble for breaking the bathroom window. Lab investigator Jerry Malter processed the scene. Vomit was documented on the face of Shirley Vian and on the floor of the bedroom. In the bathroom, Malter found white cord stretching from the pipe below the sink to the doorknob of the west bathroom door. The east bathroom door was blocked by a bed. The bottom panel of the bathroom window was broken. Toys, a blanket, a curtain, and 2 pillows were strewn on the bathroom floor. So some of the stuff he said was true. All right? Not all of it. Detective Steve Katchis attended the autopsy of Shirley Vian and documented 2 bruised lines across the throat and small round bruises at the base of the throat. The small round bruises were consistent with fingers. Dr. William Eckert performed the autopsy. The cause of death was determined to be asphyxiation and strangulation. Nancy Fox. Yes, you will find a homicide at 843 South Pershing. Nancy Fox. The call came from a payphone outside Oregon's Market at Central and St. Francis. The time was 8:18 a.m. on December 9th, 1977. The male caller had contacted the operator asking for the emergency number to the police department. The operator contacted the dispatcher. The dispatcher asked the caller to repeat the address, and the operator stated he gave 843 South Pershing. The caller said, "That is correct," and left the phone off the hook. Wichita police officer John DiPietra was dispatched to 843 South Pershing around in front of the pink duplex at 8:22 a.m. Officer DiPietra knocked on the front door but received no response. The door was locked and the officer went to the back of the duplex. Officer DiPietra immediately noticed noticed a severed phone line blowing in the wind. The storm window and the interior window to the bedroom, Hyatt's Bank, were damaged. Officer DiPietra went to the window and asked if anyone was home. There was no response. The officer then raised the interior window and asked if anyone was home. After receiving no response, Officer DiPietra pushed back the drapes and saw the body of a woman lying face down on the bed. The woman, later identified as 25-year-old Nancy Fox, was lying on one side of a double bed. The officer could see that her ankles were tied with a yellow piece of clothing, and her hands were tied behind her back with a red piece of clothing or pantyhose. Detective Lewis Brown arrived and ordered the door to be kicked in. Law enforcement entered the residence, and they were struck by its cleanliness. Officer DiPietra described the residence as being the cleanest he has ever seen. Detective Brown states that the home was extremely neat. A white woman's parka coat was on the living room couch. A half-smoked cigarette that had been burned out was in the ashtray next to the chair. The contents of a purse had been dumped on the kitchen table. How does that sound like the cleanest home he's ever seen, right? That's not making sense, is it? It's clean, but there's an ashtray with a half-burned-out cigarette. There's a coat on the couch, and there's a purse dropped all over the kitchen table. The receiver to the kitchen wall telephone was lying on the floor. Jewelry boxes on the bedroom dresser had been rifled through, with some of the contents emptied onto the dresser. A pair of rumpled pantyhose lay on the floor. Glass from the window was on the floor. The window screen had been cut loose and had blown up against the fence in the backyard. Fresh pry marks were visible on the window lock, and the screws on the lock were torn out and tilted back. Nancy Fox was lying face down on the bed. A pink sweater covered her upper body. A pair of slacks were neatly folded over a cabinet door. Purple panties were pulled down to her thighs. Her feet were bound by a yellow piece of clothing. The hands were tied with red pantyhose. So you remember he was trying to remember the colors, right? 2 pairs of pantyhose were wrapped around her neck. The lingerie drawer had been removed from the dresser. The drawer and its contents lay on the bed next to Nancy Fox. A blue nightgown was near her head. Semen stains were found on the nightgown. Dr. David Crane performed an autopsy on the body of Nancy Fox. The cause of death was determined to be strangulation. How many do I have to kill? On February 10th, 1978, television notified the Wichita Police Department that the station had received a 4-page document postmarked February 9th, 1978, regarding the Otero, Vian, and Fox homicides. Ron Lowen of KAKE-TV turned the letter over to Colonel Bill Cornwall and Lieutenant Bernie Juratsky of the Wichita Police Department. In the first line of the document, the author complained about the lack of media coverage, specifically mentioning the failure of the newspaper to publish a poem about the Vian murder. Law enforcement was unaware of a poem regarding the Vian murder and immediately began attempts to locate the poem. The investigation turned up a poem that had been sent in to the Eagle Beacon newspaper postmarked January 31st, 1978. Oh, really, Bink? You know when that is? Okay, well, we're praying for you. You're going to be fine. You got this. Remember that. You got this. You're not, you've got a lot of life left to live. All right. A lot of shells. You got a lot of shells to collect. We won't make you pull the wagon. I'll sit you in the wagon and we'll pull you. Yeah, you're going to be fine. All right. Let's where did I go over here? The poem. He wanted this poem. that had been sent to the Eagle Beacon newspaper postmarked January 31st, 1978. The poem had been placed in the dead letter file when Eagle Beacon employees thought it was a Valentine that arrived without a payment. Mary Larry of the Eagle Beacon delivered the poem to Detective Jarowski on February 10, 1978. The poem was titled Shirley Locks and was believed to have been taken from the poem Curly Locks. The Curly Locks poem had recently been published in Games, a word puzzle magazine. The short poem did not provide detail of the Vian murder, but did indicate the cruel delight that the murderer derived from the suffering of the victim. And remember, though, in his confession, he was saying how he had empathy for the victim. She didn't feel good. He got her water. Remember? The author of the child's poem described Shirley Vian's knowledge of her impending death by writing, "Thou shalt not scream, nor yet fee the line, but lay on cushion and think of me and death and how it's going to be." I think that should be feel, right? The author said a poem for Fox would be next. The first page of the document sent to KAKE TV exhibited a frustration with the lack of media attention. The author complained, "How many do I have to kill before I get a name in the paper or some national attention?" Law enforcement was criticized for supposedly not recognizing the connection between the Otero, Vian, Fox, and another unnamed murder. The author stated, "Do the cops think that all these deaths are not related? Golly gee, yes, the MO is different in each, but look, a pattern is developing." A description of the pattern provided, and the author admitted that the Vian children are lucky to be alive. A phone call saved them. "I was going to tape the boys and put plastic bags over their head like I did Joseph and Shirley, and then hang the girl." The author fantasized about hanging the little Vian girl, writing, "GOG, what a beautiful S-relief that would have been. Oh my gosh, what a pervert. A perverse, remorseless, barbaric pleasure in the torture of 11-year-old Josephine Otero is then described. Josephine, when I hung her, really turned me on. Her pleading for mercy, then the rope took." See, he doesn't mention any of this in there, right? And the judge kept saying to him, "Why are you doing this? Is this about sexual fantasies?" And he doesn't say any of that in court, does he? Because he's a coward. Because he's a coward and he knows he's going to be killed in jail if he mentions any of this crap. And that's why he is kept completely in isolation in jail, and he's only allowed out to take a shower, and they can't put him out anywhere because he'll be killed, because they'll call him a child, a chomo, okay, as they say over here. Now, hi Linda, what a gross, oh my gosh. She, helpless, staring at me, wide terror filled her eyes, the rope getting tighter and tighter. Factor X is offered up as an excuse for the murders. The author did not explain Factor X, but claimed that other serial killers had Factor X. After offering an excuse, the killer dismissed any concern over the murders, casually stating, "I don't lose any sleep over it. After a thing like Fox, I come home and go about life like anyone else." Finally, the author requested a name, boasting its time, 7 down and many more to go, and then offered name suggestions including the BTK Strangler. The second page began with a boast of a previously unclaimed fifth victim after the Oteros. The killer did not identify the victim, simply writing number 5. You guess motive and victim. The rest of the page described the murder of number 6, one Shirley Vian, and number 7, one Nancy Fox, and threatened in number 8. The third page is a poem entitled Oh, Death to Nancy, describing the murder of Nancy Fox. The killer savored the suffering inflicted on Nancy Fox. I'll stuff your jaws till you can't talk. I'll bind your legs till you can't walk. I'll tie your hands till you can't make a stand. And finally, I'll close your eyes so you can't see. I'll bring death unto you for me. The fourth page is a graphic description of Nancy Fox's murder scene. The drawing is detailed and disturbingly accurate. Anna Williams. We didn't hear about Anna Williams in his thing unless they give her a different name. On April 28, 1979, 63-year-old Anna Williams returned to her home after a night of square dancing. Ms. Williams noticed that the door to her spare bedroom was open. A vanity drawer was open and clothes were on the floor. In her bedroom, Ms. Williams found empty jewelry boxes and clothes missing from the dresser. Ms. Williams hurried to the phone to call the police, but the line was dead. Ms. Williams rushed to the home of a neighbor. Wichita police officer Orlando Martinez was dispatched to the Williams residence, 615 South Pinecrest, at 11:05 p.m. Officer Martinez discovered that the screen from a small basement window had been removed and that the glass window had been broken. Part of the broken window was placed on the grass. A small amount of glass was found on the basement floor. The phone line at the back of the house, at the back of the residence, was severed. Ms. Williams reported that she was missing jewelry, clothing, and a sock that contained approximately $35 to $40. In the master bedroom, the bed had been pulled away from the wall. Clothes and a wire were found next to the bed against the bedroom wall. BTK investigators were promptly notified. On June 15, 1979, Detective Richard Vinrow received a call from Pete Chavez, the son-in-law of Anna Williams. Mr. Chavez informed the detective that his mother-in-law had received an envelope containing a poem, a drawing of a nude-bound woman, a scarf, and a piece of jewelry. The scarf and piece of jewelry had been stolen in the April burglary. The envelope was addressed in block letters to Williams, Clarence R. Co/Anna. Clarence Williams was the deceased husband of Anna Williams. Captain Al Thymesh immediately went to the Chavez home to collect the envelope. Detectives George Anderson and Richard Zortman interviewed Pete Chavez. Mr. Chavez told the detectives that Anna Williams had not spent many nights in the Pinecrest home since the April burglary. Ms. Williams had recently lost her husband and did not feel safe in the residence after the burglary. After the burglary, Ms. Williams moved in with her daughter, Eleanor Chavez, and Pete Chavez. On June 15, 1979, Ms. Williams and her daughter went to 615 South Pinecrest to pick up the mail. The mail had not been retrieved since June 12th. And when did they go? June 15th. The detectives learned that Rebecca Chavez, the 24-year-old granddaughter of Ms. Williams, often stayed at 615 South Pinecrest because of her employment. On April 28th, 1979, Rebecca Chavez was called into work and did not stay at her grandmother's house as planned. On June 16, 1979, Lieutenant Bernie Jarowski was notified that KAKE TV had received an envelope similar to the envelope received by Anna Williams. KAKE TV had received the envelope on June 15, 1979. Lieutenant Jarodsky retrieved the envelope from Ron Lowen of KAK-TV. The envelope contained a poem, a drawing of a nude-bound woman, a scarf, and 2 plastic clips. The scarf and clips were taken in the April burglary. The poem and drawing were copies of the poem and drawing received by Anna Williams. The poem was titled, "Oh, Lois, why didn't you appear?" The name Lois was crossed out and replaced with a handwritten Anna. The author bemoans the fact that Anna did not come home and fantasizes about the violence that he had planned for Anna, writing, "It was a perfect plan of deviant pleasure, so bold on that spring night." The author suggests that he has Anna's clothing as he pens the poem. "Alone now in another time span, I lay with sweet in rapture garments across most private thought. The plan for Anna was murder," the poem reads. "Alone again, I trod in past memory of mirrors and ponder why you number 8 was not. A symbol is present in the right-hand corner of the page. The drawing was of a nude-bound and gagged woman bent over a bed. Clothing is drawn between the bed and the bedroom wall. The woman in the drawing is a younger woman. A symbol is present in the right-hand corner of the page." Maureen Hedge. Maureen Hedge did not show up for work at the coffee shop at Wesley Medical Center on April 27, 1985. Ruth Porter contacted Rodney Hook, Maureen Hedges' son-in-law. Mr. Hook went to Maureen Hedges' home at 6254 Independence Park City to check on Miss Hedge. Miss Hedge was not at home. Mr. Hook contacted law enforcement on April 28, 1985, when he still had not heard from Maureen Hedge. Park City Police Department officer David Zickel accompanied Mr. Hook to the Hedge home. The phone line on the side of the house was severed. Officer Zickel interviewed Gerald Porter. Mr. Porter said he went out with Miss Hedge on the evening of April 26, 1985. Mr. Porter left Ms. Hedges' home at 1 a.m. on April 27, 1985. Officer Zickel reported that Ms. Hedges' 1976 Monte Carlo was missing. On May 2, 1985, Jonathan Lee Smith reported that a Monte Carlo was in the parking lot of the Brittany Center Shopping Center at 21st Street and Woodlawn. The car had been there for several days. A guard with Bowman National Security noted in a logbook that the car was in the parking lot at 9:05 p.m. on April 27, 1985, and the car belonged to Maureen Hedge. Detective Jerry Malter of the Wichita Police Department processed the car. The car was muddy, but had been wiped clean around the trunk and sides. The car was locked and had to be opened by a locksmith. The lower driver's side windshield was broken. Lower driver's side windshield. The car was locked. The 2 bed covers, a purple bedspread, a tan curtain, and a pink Sears electric blanket were found in the trunk. On May 3, 1985, Maureen Hedges' purse was collected by law enforcement. A lady had found the purse near the northbound lane of 143rd Street East, just south of 37th Street North, on April 28, 1985. The purse did not contain any identification. Park City Police Chief Ace Van Wee and Animal Control Officer Ron Rem found the nude, decomposing body of Maureen Hedge in a ditch a quarter-mile east of Webb Road on 53rd Street North. The ditch was commonly used for dumping trash. The body was covered with grass, weeds, and a tree. Pantyhose knotted in a tight loop were found near the body. Detective Greg Shawner of the Sedgwick County Sheriff's Department documented the infestation of maggots in the head and shoulder area. Ugh. Dr. William Eckert performed an autopsy on the body of Maureen Hedge on May 6, 1985. Ms. Hedge was identified through dental records. Dr. Eckert documented left bruising to the left cheek and chin. The cause of death was determined to be strangulation. Okay, good night, Bing. Love you. Okay. Vicki Wegerle. Yes, ma'am. I think someone has killed my wife. Gordon Wegerle was on the phone with 911 dispatch. The time was 11:54 a.m. on September 16, 1986. The distraught man moaned, Vicki, 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 oh gee, oh no, 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 as he described how he had come home for lunch and after playing with his baby, found his wife tied up on the bedroom floor. Mr. Wegerle informed the 911 operator that he had seen what he now realized was a car drive past him on West 13th Street about an hour before. A man was driving the gold 1978 Monte Carlo. Wichita Fire Department personnel Ronald Evans and Lieutenant Mark Haynes were the first to arrive at 2404 West 13th Street, the Wegerle home. Gordon Wegerle was on the front porch, pounding the wall and stating, "If I could have been here 5 minutes earlier, I could have done something." A 2-year-old boy was asleep on the floor in the living room. Vicki Wegerle was in an approximate 3-foot space between the bedroom wall and the bed. Her hands were tied behind her back. Her feet were bound with a leather lace. Although the man believed that Miss Wegerle was dead, the decision was made to attempt CPR. Wichita Police Department Lieutenant Richard Vinnie had told the fire personnel to do what was ever necessary to save Mrs. Wegerle. When Miss Wegerle was moved, her left arm fell free from the rope that bound her hands. A small pocket knife was lying near her head. Gordon Wegerle stated that he used the knife to cut the nylon stocking and leather lace that had been wrapped around his wife's neck. The nylon stocking and leather lace were on the floor near the head of Vicki Wegerle. Mrs. Wegerle was transported to Riverside Hospital. No photographs were taken of Ms. Wegerle in the home. Dr. Daria Kitching pronounced Miss Wegerle dead after desperate attempts to revive her failed. Wichita Police Department Lieutenant Richard Vinrow. What is that? Hold on a minute. Yeah, Vinrow arrived to find the fire department personnel attending to Vicki Wegerle. Lieutenant Vinrow documented that Ms. Wegerle's jeans were unzipped, exposing her panties. The panties were pulled down a few inches. Mrs. Wegerle's blue top and bra were shoved up, exposing her breasts. The top and the bra were cut by EMS personnel. Detective Patrick Cunningham processed the Wegerle home. A large canvas purse was in a chair near the piano in the living room. A piece of pantyhose with several knots and strands of blonde hair was collected from the floor of the master bedroom. A low-top stocking with knots, a braided leather shoe lace with knots, and a leather shoelace were also collected. Ronald Sparkman turned the car radio to KFDI as he drove to Indian Hills Meat Market at 13th Street in Edwards. Mr. Sparkman heard the report that police were looking for a gold Monte Carlo. As Mr. Sparkman turned southbound onto Edwards, he noticed a gold Monte Carlo parked on the side of the street. The time was approximately 12:30 p.m. Mr. Sparkman entered the market and called 911. Wichita Police Department Officer Steve Heiser was dispatched to 13th Street in Edwards. A gold Monte Carlo belonging to Gordon Wegerly was parked on Edwards Street approximately 100 feet south of the intersection. The car was located just a couple of blocks from the Wegerly home. Detective William Eckert performed an autopsy on the body of Vicki Wegerly. Petechiae hemorrhaging was noted in her eyes, and on her face. Abrasions to her right ear, right cheek, and jawline were documented. Ligature marks were visible to her neck and throat. Dr. Eckert found hemorrhaging in the throat muscle and that the hyoid bone was broken. Binding marks to her wrists were documented. A gouge mark was visible on the back of her left hand and edge of her thumb. The first knuckle on her left hand was discolored. Detective Steve Katchis collected fingernail scrapings. The cause of death was determined to be asphyxiation and strangulation. Another one prowls. Mary Fager received an envelope postmarked January 5th, 1988. The envelope contained a poem titled, "Oh Gee, He Put Kelly Sherry in the Tub," and a picture of a young girl bound at the wrists and ankles lying next to a pool or a hot tub. Mrs. Fager's husband Melvin and 2 young daughters were murdered in the Fager home on December 27, 1987. 10-year-old Sherry Fager and 16-year-old Kelly Fager were found in an above-ground hot tub. Sherry, wearing her pajamas, had been drowned in the hot tub. Sherry was bound. Kelly had been strangled and placed in the hot tub approximately 8 hours after Sherry. Kelly was naked. Melvin Fager had been shot. The author of the poem does not take credit for the murder, stating, "Another one prowls the deep abyss of lewd thoughts and deeds, but does not express appreciation for and admiration of the Fager murders. The expression of appreciation is shockingly and callously made directly to the mourning Mrs. Fager. The drawing of the nude young girl was not accurate to the crime scene. The depiction represents a perverse fantasy of the Fager crime scene. A symbol is present in the bottom right-hand corner of the drawing." Dolores Davis. On January 19, 1991, Sedgwick County Sheriff Deputy Gorman Shaw was dispatched at 12:49 p.m. to the scene of a possible burglary at 6327 North Hillside. The reporting party, Thomas Ray, said that Dolores Davis, the owner of the home, was missing. Mr. Ray had arrived at the home at 12:30 p.m. to check the welfare of Dolores Davis. Mr. Ray had planned to work on Ms. Davis's car, but she had not shown up, and attempts to contact her had failed. Upon his arrival at 6226 North Hillside, Ray immediately noticed that the outdoor light was on and that the curtains were still drawn. Ray thought that's unusual because he knew Ms. Davis to be an early riser. Ms. Davis's car was in the driveway and she never left her car out. Ray knocked but received no answer. Ray lifted the garage door and found the door into the residence standing open. The phone cord in the kitchen had been pulled from the wall jack. As Ray walked back to the bedroom, he saw broken glass and a cinder block on the living room floor. In the bedroom, Ray noted that the bed linen had been stripped off the bed. A jewelry box was missing, and jewelry was missing from a jewelry tree. Ray could not find Ms. Davis inside or outside the house. Davis left to call 911. Deputy Shaw and Deputy Ron Goodwin entered the residence. In the kitchen, the telephone cord from the jack on the wall to the base of the cord phone in the kitchen was severed. The sliding glass door in the living room had been shattered. Broken glass and a cinder block were on the floor in the bedroom. The linen had been stripped from the bed and the pillows were piled against the wall. The pillow cases had been removed. Detective James McNutt processed the home and found the telephone cord in the bedroom jerked out of the wall. Outside, the deputies found a purple hairnet in the hedgerow just south of the residence. The neighbor and owner of the dog kennels to the north of 6226 North Hillside, Matthew Skinner, pointed out a set of keys on the roof of the garage. The keys were to the 1984 four-door Chevy Cavalier that was parked in front of the garage. On January 22, 1991, Detective McNutt processed the car. The car was wiped down in several areas. A rug was found in the trunk. Deputy Matt Schroeder discovered blankets and sheets stuffed into a culvert on the west side of Hydraulic, approximately a quarter of a mile north of 69th Street. The time was 7:43 p.m. on January 19, 1991. Detective Ken Snyder later collected the items. The items recovered included a bed linen, a pink fitted sheet, fitted bed sheet, and a mattress pad. 15-year-old Nelson Schock was walking his dog on the morning of February 1st, 1991. Schock was walking west on 117th Street North. The dog went under a bridge on 117th Street North, approximately half a mile west of Meridian. Schock called for the dog, but the dog did not respond, and Schock went to investigate. Schock went under the bridge and saw a blanket, then a body. Schock immediately ran for home. Schock was so disturbed by what he had seen that he initially ran the wrong way home. Schock called 911. Hi, Jane Grill. Good night, Lacey. Good to see you. Okay, sorry, I have to get a drink. Hold on a minute. Okay. Deputy Michael Renner arrived at the bridge on 117th Street North at 9:50 a.m. on February 1st, 1991. The body of a white female in her 50s or early 60s was lying face up under the bridge. The body was clad in night clothes, but the breasts were exposed. A piece of cloth was wrapped around the neck. The legs were tied together at the knees. A blanket or comforter were on the ground. A painted porcelain mask was near the body. Detectives McNutt and Snyder processed the scene. The deputies documented pantyhose tied around the neck, knees, and ankles. Pantyhose were tied to the right wrist, then looped around the pantyhose at the ankles back to the wrist. A snuggle sack was found at her feet. Part of the right side of the face and small portions of the feet and hands were missing, possibly the work of animals. Dr. William Eckert performed an autopsy on the body of Dolores Davis. The body was frozen. The pantyhose on the wrists, knees, and ankles were determined to have been tied to the body after death. The cause of death was determined to be ligature strangulation. Bill Thomas Kilman. On March 19th, 2004, Wichita Eagle reporter Hurst Laviana gave Wichita Police Department Captain Darrell Haynes an envelope with a return address of Bill Thomas Kilman, 1684 South Oldmar, Wichita, Kansas. The envelope had been mailed to the Wichita Eagle and Beacon Pub Company, Inc., and was postmarked March 14, 2004. Laviana had received the envelope from Tim Rogers of the Eagle on March 18, 2004. Laviana opened the envelope and viewed the contents. The envelope was provided to Detective Dana Gouge on the Homicide Division on March 22, 2004. A piece of paper was in the envelope. The document contained photocopies of 3 Polaroid photographs of a bound female lying on the floor and a Kansas driver's license issued to Vicki Wegerly. A series of letters were at the top of the page, and a symbol was in the right-hand corner. Detective Gouge recognized the symbol as being similar to the symbol used by the self-described BTK Killer. Detective Gouge was familiar with the Vicki Wegerly homicide. Detectives Gouge and Kelly Otis had been working at the Wegerly homicide as a cold case since 2000. In 2003, a DNA profile had been obtained from the left hand fingerprint scrapings of Vicki Wegerly. DNA analyst Daniel Vanistock of the Sedgwick County Regional Forensic Science Center conducted DNA testing on the scrapings, and the partial DNA profile that was obtained was a mixture of at least 2 individuals. The major contributor to the profile was consistent with the profile of an unknown male. Minor contributions to the profile were attributable to Vicki Wegerly. Detectives Gouge and Otis knew that no photographs had been taken of Vicki Wegerly in her home on September 16, 1986. EMS personnel had removed Wegerly from the home before photographs could be taken. The detectives notified Lieutenant Ken Landwehr immediately. The Wegerly case was no longer a cold case. MOID Ruse. On May 4, 2004, Detective Otis was notified by Lieutenant Landwehr that KAKE-TV had received a document in the mail. Detective Otis met the station manager Glenn Horn at KAKE-TV and was provided with an envelope with a return address of a Thomas B. King, 408 Clayton Street, Wichita, Kansas, 67203. The envelope contained a word puzzle, a piece of paper with photocopies of 2 identification cards and a photocopy of a special officer badge, and a document titled The BTK Story with a list of 13 chapters. One of the cards contained the name of Francis Strong, Supervising Service Foreman, Southwest Bell Telephone Company, 622 East Central. The photo portion of the card was blackened out. The ID card appeared to have been handmade and was of poor quality. Francis Strong was interviewed by Detectives Otis and Tim Ralph. Mr. Strong never possessed such an ID card and said the ID card was a modified business card. Mr. Strong worked at the 622 East Central location between the years 1974 to 1978 and rarely gave out his business card. Galen Davis, Director of Security for the Board of Education, was shown a copy of the badge and ID cards. The school board ID card had the name Larry Anderson. Davis told the detectives that the school district never used such a badge or issued such an identification card. The only Lawrence Anderson that had ever worked for the Board of Education died in April of 1977. On May 3rd, 2004, United Postal employee Michael Schwimmer noticed a badge on the belt that moves mail through the workroom. Schwimmer placed the badge in the drop box for found items in damaged mail. After watching news reports regarding the May 4th letter to KAKE-TV, Schwimmer retrieved the badge from the drop box and turned the badge over to Detective Ralph. Law enforcement quickly deciphered the word puzzle. The puzzle is divided into 3 sections: MO, ID, ruse. Several words related to the subject are found in each section. For example, cruise, follow, prowl, go for it in the MO section. Strong, Anderson, telephone company, officer, school in the ID section. Handyman, serviceman, insurance, realtor, wrong address in the ruse section. The numbers in the puzzle relate to the information on the identification cards. Death on a cold January morning. Michael Hellman was on his way to work and discovered a package taped to a stop sign at the southeast corner of 1st and Kansas. The date was June 13th, 2004. The package was in a clear plastic bag taped to a sign with duct tape. The bag was wrapped around the pole. The package was a brown envelope containing 3 pieces of paper. Hellman removed the package from the stop sign and continued on to work, dropping the bag and duct tape along the way. At work, Hellman showed the envelope to his supervisors. Pamela Harmon told Hellman to call the police. Lieutenant Landwehr recovered the package from Hellman. BTK Fieldgram was typed on the front of the envelope. The envelope contained 3 reduced-size pieces of paper. 2 of the pieces of paper were a document titled C1 Death on a Cold January Morning. One piece contained 4 pages of the chapter. That's chapter 1, I guess. The other piece contained 2 pages of the chapter and a drawn picture of a nude, bound, and gagged woman hanging from a rope. A caption next to the drawing read, "The S thrill is my bill," and a BTK symbol in the bottom right-hand corner. The third piece of reduced-size paper contained the same list of chapters of the BTK story as was contained in the May 4th, 2004 letter, but MO ID ruse had been blacked out. Death on a Cold January Morning describes in horrific detail the cowardly murders of the Oteros. The writing is a copy of an old typewritten story that appears to have been prepared shortly after the Otero murders. The document is dated February 3rd, 1974, and signed in type BTK. The document is rife with misspellings and represents an extremely bad attempt to present the murders in novel form. The killer describes the approach to the Otero house, stating he knew their routine. He knew the family left the house approximately 8:45, and they would walk out to the car and leave for school, and in approximately 7 minutes the Lady Julie would return home. The family had been stalked. He had he can't spell. Early in the week, saw them leave for school one day. He thought to himself, this may be it, a perfect setup. A house on the corner, a garage set off from the house, a fenced yard, a large space from nearby neighbor house, especially the back door. It was a few days later that he stopped across the street and follow the family car, look at this, to see where they went that morning. She took the kids to school each day and returned, a perfect setup. A fantasy of having a pretty bound victim before his hand was a long-held and well-established desire. The killer describes a lifetime of thoughts of torture. The natural sex appeal of a girl and fantasies of them bound and torture, or mainly just being helpless, grew each day inside his body. Soon, just the thought of a girl being bound was enough. He could play with himself and think, and immediately have an ejection. Look at it, says ejection. No, we didn't have an auction tonight, Frank. We're having Saturday. Ejection. Playing with himself was not enough, however. Eventually, the long years of fantasy, the thinking and desire boiled over, and in one night he began to stake his prey. The killer tells of an attempt at an all-night grocery store in the outskirts of Wichita. He had a plan. He would simply force the woman into a car, blind her, drive her to the countryside, R her, and strangle her, then hide the body in some covert, and return to pick up his car and drive home. Stalking of victims and other crimes are described. A couple of times after that, he stalked victims, but the situation was not right. One night, he broke into a house just to see if he could do it, stealing little of value. Planning and preparation for the Otero murders is explained, and a fear of being caught is described. Now, next to the garage, he has to think there was only one way out. You kept ahead of the police, and that was to think hard. A plan of attack was devised. He decided to take the woman inside the house with the two kids. The killer had everything he needed to execute the plan. He first quietly tried the back door, but it was locked. So he settled down near the door. Removing wire cutter, he gently stripped the telephone cord. Placed a nylon mask on, withdrew a knife, checked his gun, and waited. The cowardly plan to torture and murder a mother and her young children is set in action when finally, about 20 minutes before 9, the door unlocked and the boy stepped outside, and in just a flash he ordered him back inside, confronting the family. Armed with a pistol and a knife, he told them this was a stick-up and not to be alarmed. Inside the home, a common everyday scene is described. The family was preparing to leave. The kids were packing their lunches and had gathered their coats by the table. The kids were frightened. The boy was by his folks' side, looking scared, and the girl Josephine was beginning to cry. The killer then began to issue orders. He was wanted and needed the car, money and food, a little nervous. Joe noticed his gun handshake and told the family to settle down and all would be okay. The family dog interrupted. Rex wanted the pest out and told them he would shoot it or them if they try any funny tricks, expressing that the gun he held was an automatic and hollow point bullets that would kill Joe. Reassure his that the dog was out of the way, things would be better. So agreeing, the man let Joe put the dog out, but being very careful of Joe. The family was ordered at gunpoint into the southwest bedroom in order to lie on the bed with their hands behind their back. Mr. Otero was neutralized first. Then they placed Joe on the floor and began to tape Joe's hands. Mrs. Otero was next, and then the children. The killer described gagging Josephine. Her hair was too long and kept getting in the way when he tried to gag her in the first place. Tears rolled down her face. After binding all the Oteros and obtaining car keys for his escape, the killer went to the living room to obtain a large coil of rope, plastic bags, and more cord. Upon his return to the bedroom, Joseph was crying. His gag was cutting off his breath. The killer was then casually chronicles attacks on the father and his young son. Stepping back and picking up the cord and plastic bags, he quickly slipped one over Joe's head. He mumbled in belief as Rex pulled the slip knot tight. And then as quickly he placed one over the boy's head and drew the slip knot tight. Mother and daughter screamed. The bound girls exploxed into tear and crying fear. The gag slips from their mouths and scream filled the house. Josephine was crying and Judy still pleading with him to leave the house. They would not tell. The killer complains it was a bad moment. Them screaming, the boy thrashing around, Joe moving his head back and forth, reaching the bedpost. Pressure was building, and the killer was losing control. Mr. Otero had rubbed a hole in the bag, but he was not feeling good. The bag over Joseph Jr.'s head was removed by the killer, and Joseph Jr. lay there with his eyes closed on the floor still. The killer needed time to think. With mind made up, the killer produced a sayal of rope and walked over to Judy, and in her crying, pleading voice, "What are you doing? No," he slid rope around her neck and strangled her slowly. Josephine watched the murder of her mother. Josephine cried out, "Mommy, I love you." The killer then moved to finish off Mr. Otero. Checking Joe for life, he moved the coil around his neck and pulled tightly. Joe finally gave in, though it took some time for him to quit struggling. Josephine watched the murder of her father. Josephine kept asking him to be careful, but Rex told her neither her dad would be asleep also after he quit fighting the rope. Josephine was next. He then slipped the garrote around the girl's neck. She grasped her eye bulged out, then she passed out. Mrs. Otero was still fighting for her life and the lives of her children. Judy was by now awake, and her eye opened slowly, moving her head. This time Rex made a clove hitch and placed it over Judy's neck. She cried, "God have mercy on you," before he tightened the noose. Mrs. Otero suffered a horrible death. Her eyes really bloodged because of the extreme pressure that tight clove hitch makes. She grasped and struggled, but soon passed out as blood appeared eye and mouth and nose. The killer then turned his attention to Joseph Jr., first placing a small t-shirt on his head, then a plastic bag, a second shirt, and a clove hitch over his head. 9-year-old Joseph Jr. was unmercifully dispatched and endured an agonizing death. The boy cried out before the noose tightened, and he picked up the boy and took him into the bedroom, where he placed him on the bed, but he rolled of struggling and then passed out and died on the floor. After killing Joseph Jr., the killer returned to Mr. Otero. Returning the southwest bedroom, he placed a plastic bag over Joe's head. Although Joe was not moving, he was taking any chances. He looped down with a belt. Joseph Otero Sr., Joseph Otero Jr. were dead, and the killer turned his attention to the basement for his grand folly. A place to kill Josephine was located. He soon located a sewer pipe that was strong enough to support a hanging body. Josephine, semi-limp, was brought downstairs. The killer went back upstairs to look at the bodies, never really seeing dead people before, that is, murder victim before. Josephine was awake and looking at the ceiling. When the killer returned, Josephine was tied up securely, and he pulled up her sweater and cut her bra in two. The killer excitedly writes, her small breasts lay exposed to probably the first man to lay eye on them except her father. The house was again checked for mistakes. when the killer returned. What a creep. She asked him if he was going to do the same thing as he had done to the rest. Oh, that sounds familiar, right? The killer lied, telling her no. Josephine was taken over to the pipe and was asked if her dad had a camera. She answered no and was then gagged. Josephine then begged, please. In response to the plea of the young girl, the killer said, don't worry, Babby. You be in heaven tonight with the rest. Josephine stared at him and blinked hard as he reached down and slipped the noose around her neck and quickly pulled her upright. She turned in the rope, gasped, and blinked hard as the rope tightened, and she died. With his gruesome work complete, the killer relaxed as he stood before the dead little girl. He pulled her sweatshirt up and with relaxation pleasured on her and in his handkerchief. Gross. Happiness flooded the killer. The dream had at last come true. While pleasuring, the killer picked up his things and drove away in the car when done pleasuring. Oh, what a sicko. Yeah, how come this wasn't said in the documentary, and how come he didn't have to say this in court and they let him put some sanitized confession in court? If the judge knew of this, why didn't the judge make him read this? Why did he let him get away with that? Why did he let him get away with that? And you know, in that documentary, they didn't say any of this. That's interesting. Jakey. On Saturday morning, July 17, 2004, library employee James Stenholm emptied out the book return box at the downtown library and found a plastic bag at the bottom of the box. Mr. Stenholm saw the letters BTK on the papers inside the bag. The police were notified, and Detective Kelly Otis collected the bag. The bag contained 5 pieces of paper. The title page read, BTK Flashgram, a 2-page story titled Jakey, referring to the death of Jake Allen in Argonia, Kansas, followed. The second page of the story contained a BTK symbol and CC BTK files. The last 2 pages contain photocopies of 4 pictures of a male in bondage. The author states, the work on Chapter 2 of the BTK story had to stop because of the death of Jake Allen. I was so excited about this incident that I had to tell the story. Claiming involvement in the death, the author claims that Jakey had fantasies about pleasuring in unusual ways with bondage and same-sex thrills. The author attempts to describe Jake Allen's death and proudly writes, oh my gosh, this is so gross. While I type this out, something is going hard, and that is determined to be the pet name for his penis. Great. The second page contains a threat. I have spotted a female that I think lives alone and is a spotted latchkey kid. The author confesses, I'm much older, not feeble now, and I have to condition myself carefully. Also, my thinking process is not sharp as it used to be. Nonetheless, a warning is issued. I think fall or winter would be just right for the hit. The story ends with a promise of more information to come. Now back to Chapter 2. Made the July deadline be patient. Dawn, Chapter 2. UPS driver Eric McRae was collecting packages from the UPS drop box outside of the Omni Center office building at 200 North Kansas at approximately 7:25 p.m. on October 22nd, 2004. Mr. McRae found a plastic bag containing an envelope titled BTK Fieldgrams. The envelope contains 8 pieces of paper. A 4-page document purports to tell the life story of BTK. The 4th page contains a BTK symbol. The next 2 pages describe a so-called uno, dos, tres theory. The 2nd page contains a BTK symbol. The BTK story chapter list follows with chapters 1 and 8 have been blacked out. The final page contains a montage of photocopies of pictures of children. The pictures appear to have been cut from magazines. All the pictures of the children contain hand-drawn bondage or gags. Did anybody know that BTK was anything about this? Because I never knew about this. It seems like the documentaries of him have been sanitized. Isn't that interesting? Why? Who has been sanitizing them? Okay. PGA Foxtail. 12/8/1977. I'm calling to tell you of a BTK package at 9th and Minnesota on the northeast corner. The caller told Brandon Sainer, manager of the Quick Trip, to write down a set of instructions and read them back. Mr. Sainer notified law enforcement. The date was December 8th, 2004. Law enforcement searched for a package based upon the instructions provided by the caller. No package was found. In the late evening hours on December 13, 2004, William Ronald Irvin was walking through Murdoch Park and noticed a package near a tree in the northeast area of the park. On a return trip through the park, Mr. Irving picked up the bag and carried it home. The package was a white trash bag containing a clear plastic bag. The plastic bag contained a doll, papers, and an ID for a Nancy Fox. Mr. Irving's mother recognized the name of Nancy Fox as a BTK victim. The Irvings saw a phone number for KAKE running on Channel 22. A KAKE cameraman filmed the package and law enforcement arrived to retrieve the package. The package contained a doll representing Nancy Fox, her driver's license, and several pieces of paper. On December 14, 2004, Janine Kiesling, KAKE news reporter, contacted Detective Kelly Otis and gave him an index card. The index card contained the word dollgram. Ms. Kiesling received the index card from Mr. Irving's mother. The index card had been attached to the package. A 2-page document titled Chapter 9 Hits PJ Foxtail, 12/8/1977, described the murder of Nancy Fox. The scene of the murder is detailed. The killer is described spotting Nancy one day while cruising the area and stalking her whenever I have time and learned her routine. Nancy Fox met the BTK PJ codes, among other qualities. She was cute and age was right. She had BTK victim profile look. On the date of the murder, the killer parked a few blocks away and walked to her apartment. At the apartment, the killer cut the phone line and broke in, waiting. When she arrived home, Nancy Fox was startled and started to get the phone. Nancy Fox was eventually handcuffed as she lay down on her bed. The killer started to remove her sweater. She asked me not to. I undress and pick up bondage items for the ankle. I asked her if her boyfriend had ever effed her in the you-know-what. She made no comment. The killer describes becoming aroused while tying her ankle and approached her in the rear. I pulled her panties down quickly, slipped my belt over her head and onto her neck. The belt was pulled tight, but not the final stranglehold. Nancy fought desperately for her life. Her hands found his private parts, and she tried to dig into them, but I pulled tighter. This increased his arousal. Extreme mental and physical torture was inflicted upon Nancy. I released this. See, okay, why did they let him get away with this in court? Why did they let him? He took a plea deal where he pled guilty, so he didn't have to have a trial. But they allowed him to make a confession that they knew was not real, based on the crime scene, and they didn't question him about his own stories here. See, that's just crazy. I released the stranglehold and let her come back after she passed out. I spoke softly into her left ear. I was wanted for the Oteros and other murders, and she was next. With knowledge of her impending death, Nancy struggled mightily. She began to really struggle. Then I did the final hold. This, my torture, mental, and re-strangle, SBT. In a letter, mailing SBT is defined as an acronym for Sparky Big Time. Oh boy. Sparky is the pet name for the killer's private parts. The killer is proud of his cowardly murder, and he pleasured himself, replaced the belt around her neck with some very tight pantyhose as the final ligature. The handcuffs were also removed and replaced with pantyhose. Mementos taken from the apartment were lingerie, jewelry, and driver's license. The BTK story chapter list with chapters 1, 2, and 8 removed is in the package. The remaining papers contain several white spaces referencing a P.J. Bell. P.J. Little Mex, on January 25th, 2005. Glenn Horn, KAKE TV station manager, contacted Janet Johnson, assistant to the chief of police, to say KAKE TV had received a BTK communication. Mr. Horn wanted to speak with the chief of police, Norman Williams. Detective Kelly Otis responded to KAKE's studio and met with Mr. Horn and Larry Hatterberg. The communication was a postcard addressed to KAKE TV 10 and addressed to S. Killett, 803 North Edgemore, Wichita, Kansas. 803 North Edgemore was the Otero address. The back of the postcard read communication number 8 and described a Post Toasties box located between 69th and 77th Street on Seneca Street. The author requested, let me know how, if you or Wichita police received this, in question whether you or PD received number 7 at the Home Depot drop site 1805. Now, this one they put in the documentary. How come they didn't put the other ones in there? It's like they were protecting him or something. Mr. Horn advised Detective Otis that a film crew had been sent to the area described in the postcard and reported finding a cereal box on the side of the road. Detectives Dana Gouge and Tim Ralph responded to the area and found KAKE personnel surrounding the box. Detective Otis also responded and took possession of the Post Toasties cereal box. The Post Toasties cereal box contained a doll representing Josephine Otero. See, they didn't say that it represented Josephine Otero in the documentary either. I want to find out who produced that documentary. A rope was wrapped around the doll's neck and tied to a curved piece of PVC pipe. A two-page document titled Chapter 9 hits P.J. Little Mex 01-15-1974 BTK's acronym lists. The BTK story chapter lists with chapters 1, 2, and 8 removed. A 2-page document titled BTK's Haunts and Jewelry were also inside the box. The PJ Little Mex document described the Otero murder scene. The Oteros were selected when BTK spotted the Otero girl one day while cruising the area. The killer was excited because this was going to be BTK's first big hit if things work out. The killer proudly proclaims in bold type as organized S-killer did the murders. It is true sadistic S-killer profile that happens here. The postcard to KAKE TV referenced a drop at the Home Depot on January 8th. Detective Ralph responded to the East Side Home Depot and contacted the store manager, Bill Polzin. Home Depot management was extremely cooperative and offered any and all assistance in locating the missing package. A thorough search of the store and the parking lot was conducted with no success. A notice was posted in the employee break room inquiring if an unusual package had been discovered by an employee. Edgar Bishop came forward and advised that his roommate, Kelly Paul, had found a package, a cereal box with writing, in the bed of his pickup truck approximately 2 weeks before. The box was described as a Special K cereal box containing several pieces of computer paper, a blue beaded necklace. Mr. Bishop thought a joke was being played on him, and he threw the box away. Mr. Bishop told law enforcement that the trash had been hauled off to the dump on January 27th, 2005. Mr. Bishop contacted law enforcement to tell them that the cereal box was still in the trash because he had not put the trash out before going on vacation. Detective Cheryl James and Detective Kelly Otis recovered the box. A review of Home Depot security tape of January 8th, 2005 shows a dark-colored SUV-type vehicle, possibly a Jeep Cherokee, pulling alongside Mr. Bishop's truck. An unidentifiable figure exits the car and walks around Mr. Bishop's truck. The documents in the box include a 2-page document titled Boom, the BTK story chapter list with chapters 1, 2, and 8 removed, and a document titled Communication. The first page off the Boom document describes BTK's lair. The lair is described as a 3-story house with an elevator. The house has a kill room named BTK's DTPG and bondage room. DTPG is an acronym for Death to a Pretty Girl. The second page of the document contains a list of PJs, or projects, that include PJ Little Mex, my first big hit, a good start as a serial killer, and PJ Foxtail, Nancy J. Fox, my best hit, along with others, victims that were not murdered. The communication asked the question, can I communicate with floppy and not be traced to a computer? The author requests that law enforcement be honest and direct the law enforcement run an advertisement under miscellaneous section 494 in the newspaper. The message should read, Rex, it will be okay if a floppy cannot be traced. A floppy for a test run is promised in the near future. The Wichita Police Department ran the ad. Hap Cakeman. On February 3rd, 2005, KAKE TV received a postcard with a return address of Hap Cakeman. The backside of the postcard gave thanks for your quick response on number 7 and 8, and thanks to the news team for their effort. The note informed WPD that I received the newspaper tip for a go. The author promised a test run soon. On February 16, 2005, This is a test. Marcine Andrews, a receptionist for KSAS TV, received a padded envelope with excess postage in the mail. The envelope, with a return address of P.J. Fox, contained 3 index cards, a gold chain with a locket, and a purple computer disk. Ms. Andrews took the envelope to the station manager, Tom Gadissis or something. Law enforcement was immediately notified. Detective Dana Gouge retrieved the envelope from KSAS. One index card contained a photocopy picture from a book titled Rules of Prey. Another index card titled Communication 11 gave titles regarding the mailing and contained a list of Communication 711. The final index card explained the diskette and gave instructions for further communication via a newspaper advertisement. Detective Robert Stone performed a forensic examination of the disk. The disk contained one valid file titled Test A.RTF. The document read, "This is a test. See 3x5 card for details on communication with me in the newspaper." Detective Stone examined the property section of the document. After locating the name of Dennis and the Christ Lutheran Church in the property section of the document, Detective Stone conducted a Google search on the internet for Christ Lutheran Church. So they also said in the thing that was the library as well. A site for the Christ Lutheran Church in Park City, Kansas was found. Dennis Rader was listed as the president of the congregation. Members of the BTK task force quickly determined that Dennis Rader was the compliance officer for the city of Park City and resided at 6220 North Independence, Park City, Kansas. Detectives Clint Snyder and Tim Ralph drove by 6220 North Independence and noticed a black Jeep Grand Cherokee in the driveway. The Cherokee was registered to Brian Rader, the son of Dennis Rader. A biological sample from a medical procedure on Carrie Rader, Rader's daughter, was obtained by a court order. That's the one they got her pap smear at the college. Shelley Stedman, biology DNA laboratory manager of the Sedgwick County Regional Forensic Science Center, performed the chain reaction PCR DNA analysis, and the blue robe found near the head of Nancy Fox. Mr. Stedman's April 2nd, 2004 report states the DNA profiles obtained from the sperm cell and the non-sperm cell fractions of the cutting from the blue robe are consistent with the profile of a common unknown male individual. This individual cannot be excluded as the major contributor to the profile obtained from the left fingernail scrapings of Vicky Wegerly. Daniel Feigenstock, a DNA analyst, performed PCR testing on a swab taken from the basement floor of the Otero home where Josephine Otero was found hanging. Mr. Feigenstock's April 9th, 2004 report states the DNA profiles obtained from the non-sperm and sperm cell fractions of swabs are consistent with the profile of a common unknown male individual. The individual cannot be excluded as the major contributor to the profile obtained from the left hand fingernail scrapings of Vicky Wegerly, or as the source of the non-sperm and sperm cell fractions of the cutting from the blue robe Nancy Fox. In April of 2004, the Otero, Fox, and Wegerly homicides were connected through DNA evidence. Senior Special Agent Ray London of the Kansas Bureau of Investigation and a member of the BTK task force delivered Carrie Rader's biological sample to the KBI Forensic Laboratory in Topeka on February 22, 2005. Testing on the sample was performed by Sidney Schuler, biology supervisor of the KBI Forensic Laboratory. The DNA profile obtained from the sample was compared to the profile obtained from the Otero case. The testing confirmed that the unknown male individual responsible for the semen left on the basement floor of the Otero home could not be excluded from being the parent of Kerry Rader. Preparation for the arrest of Dennis Rader was initiated. Search warrants for Park City Hall, the Park City Library, Christ Lutheran Church, the home of Dennis Rader, and other locations were obtained. The arrest of Dennis Rader would be made on February 25, 2005, as Rader drove home for lunch. The arrest team included Lieutenant Landwehr, Detectives Kelly Otis, Clint Snyder, Dana Gouge, Tim Ralph, Officers Scott Moon and Dan Hardy of the Wichita Police Department, John Sullivan and Chuck Pritchett of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, Senior Special Agent Ray London, and Special Agent in Charge Larry Thomas of the KBI. Dennis Rader left his office to drive home for lunch at his regular time at approximately 12:15 p.m. On February 25, 2005, Rader was taken into custody. BTK was in fact under arrest. Detective Tim Ralph took custody of Rader from the Detective Clint Snyder after Rader had been handcuffed by Detective Dana Gouge. Detective Ralph escorted Rader to the transport car containing Lieutenant Landwehr. Special Agent in Charge Larry Thomas opened the back door for Rader. Rader leaned in and saw Lieutenant Landwehr in the back seat and said, "Hello, Mr. Landwehr." Rader was then transported to the FBI office at the Epic Center. At approximately 12:38 p.m. on February 25th, Detective Gouge executed a search warrant for the oral swabs of Dennis Rader. Rader requested to see the search warrant and joked, "I make 4001, referring to reports of individual swabbing in the investigation. Detective Gouge took 4 oral swabs. 2 swabs were delivered by Detective Gouge. Ray London of the KBI delivered the other 2 swabs to the KBI Forensic Laboratory in Topeka. PCR DNA analysis was performed on the oral swabs of Dennis Rader by Ms. Stedman of the SCRFSC, and a profile of 15 loci was obtained. The profile was compared to the profiles obtained from the evidence at the Otero, Fox, and Wegerle cases. Ms. Stedman's February 26, 2005 report states the DNA profile obtained from the sperm cell fraction of swabs at the Otero home is consistent with the profile of Dennis Rader. Therefore, Dennis Rader cannot be excluded as the source of this profile. This probability of selecting an unrelated individual at random from the Caucasian population group is 1 in 48.8 quintillion. As to the Fox case, the report states the partial DNA profiles obtained from the non-sperm fraction of swabs in the non-sperm and sperm cell fractions of the cutting from the blue robe were consistent with the profile of Dennis Rader. Therefore, Dennis Rader cannot be excluded as the source of these profiles. Regarding the Wegerle evidence, the report reads the partial DNA profile obtained from the left hand fingernail scrapings of Vicky Wegerle is a mixture of at least 2 individuals. The major contributor to this profile is consistent with the profile of Dennis Rader. Minor contributions are attributable to Vicky Wegerle. Therefore, Dennis Rader and Vicky Wegerle cannot be excluded as possible contributors to this profile. The probability of selecting an unrelated individual, assuming that Vicky Wegerle is a minor contributor at random from the Caucasian population, is 1 in 819 quadrillion. Short tandem repeats. Okay, so they did this with Otero swabs. Okay, so he matched. Okay, here's Rader's statement. Let's see what that is. The interview of Dennis Rader took place in the FBI office at the Epic Center. The interview was recorded. Miranda rights were read at 12:43 p.m. At 12:45 p.m. on February 25, 2005, Rader agreed to speak with law enforcement. Lieutenant Ken Landwehr and Special Agent Bob Morton of the FBI initially spoke with Rader. Rader described the crimes and other subjects in no particular order. The goal was to get Rader talking and keep him talking. Rader accommodated and was easily manipulated by law enforcement's feeding of his incredible and narcissistic ego. Rader displayed an infatuation and obsession with himself to such a degree that he actually believed that the law enforcement officers were his friends. Rader felt so comfortable that at one point he told an officer to put BTK on the lid of his cup before putting it in the refrigerator. The interview will last over 30 hours and fill 17 DVDs. Ultimately, Rader will proudly describe in chilling, matter-of-fact detail the cold-blooded torture and murder of 10 individuals, including a 9-year-old boy and an 11-year-old girl. At the beginning, Rader tried to play a cat-and-mouse game with Landwehr and Morton. Rader never questioned why is he being interviewed in the BTK investigation. When asked if he has been following the investigation, Rader stated, "Yeah, I've been a BTK fan for years watching it." Rader was asked about being swabbed for DNA and responds, "Well, I assume I'm a main suspect." Agent Morton asks what will happen if the DNA matches him, and Rader says, "I guess that might be it then." Rader remembered the Otero murders. Whatever was in the paper, 4 members were killed, a man and a wife, 2 kids. And the way the paper dictated, it was pretty brutal. Yeah, spent quite a bit of time looking for the guy. Lieutenant Landwehr asked why the Oteros were murdered, and Rader said, "Well, if you take that murder and some of the others, I would say you've got a serial killer loose." Rader asked, "When was the last one murder? What year was that?" "Yeah, well, they think BTK did it. 86. Oh, Vicky." Rader explained the use of the first name. "Well, you gotta remember, I've read quite a bit about the cases." Rader referred to BTK as kind of like a lone wolf, kind of like a spy or something. Regarding DNA evidence, Rader said, "See, it's always intrigued me. I assume this person left something at the crime scene that you guys could match up with DNA, but after all these years, they still have that stuff?" When confronted with the computer disk, Rader said, "There's no way I can weasel out of that or lie." Rader asks about the death penalty and wants to know about a possible sentence. Rader worried that BTK might have trouble in prison because BTK has killed some kids and stuff. During this time, Rader referred to his brother as the black sheep of the family, but did not suggest or mention any problems with his parents or siblings. Rader eventually stated, "You guys have got me. How can I get out of it?" Question about DNA is posed. "Isn't any way you can get out of the DNA, right?" Rader indicated that he will tell the story, but it will take a while, and suggested we can start with one and work the others. Rader then worried about his jail accommodations. "Now, are they going to... Am I going to be in a special section of the jail, or am I going to be thrown in with a bunch of the loonies?" Rader began the confession with a startling question to Lieutenant Landwehr. "I need to ask you, how come you lied to me? How come you lied?"
me. The Wichita Police Department had communicated that a disc could not be traced. Lieutenant Landwehr replied, "Because I was trying to catch you." Rader expressed shock that the police would lie to him, stating that he thought he had a rapport going with Ken, Lieutenant Landwehr. Rader told Lieutenant Landwehr that he was working on Chapter 1, was working on Vian last night using his office computer. Rader stated that he recently threw away the backup weapon, a .22, that he used when I shot Bright. I shot Bright with it, Kevin Bright. The gun was a Woodsman target pistol, that's what it was. A half trigger on it, that's why I missed. The shooting of Kevin Bright is described. Anyway, when we were fighting, well, first of all, I think I had him tie his sister. I took her to the room. I come back to do him in, and I got the lariat around his neck, and it snapped, and I think he broke his bonds, and he got out, and he's a big old guy. So I just quickly, just like you do in the Westerns, just without hardly thinking, I grabbed my backup, which I think I had that with me, and I pointed it at his head and fired. Well, I think it wounded him. Rader thought he had killed Kevin Bright, and then I went back to do my thing with Kathy. Yeah, she fought me like hell. Rader returned to Kevin, and then he jumped up and grabbed me. Well, he almost got me right there, because he reached for what he thought was a weapon. I was going to shoot him with the second time, but it was actually my Magnum. I had my shoulder holster, and that sucker was pointed right at my heart, and he stuck his hand in there, and I said, "Oh, shite, I'm going to die right here." But I got my finger in the trigger guard, and I fought him off, and I either bit him or hit him and knocked him loose and fired again, but that didn't take. Rader went back to Kathy, and I completely lost control of shite, so I just stabbed her. Rader said that his writings about Professor P.J. Wyatt were just blowing smoke. Rader never knew her, never met her. The Jake Allen writing is explained as really blowing smoke. You guys did go. You took it for a while because you went down there and took his computer and everything. But I said search deep, and I know you went and searched deep. I bet you went through his house, his computers, and they kept everything real quiet down there, real quiet. So I know you guys took it line, sinker, and hook, and all for a while. Rader admitted murdering Marine Hedge. Marine Hedge was really complicated, so we'll get that out. Rader also admitted to the murders of Dolores Davis after casing the place. Well, he used to read at night, and you could see through the slats. After admitting to the murders of Hedge and Davis, Rader said, "I assume the country is going to get involved in this. I think it's good, because if we're going to go open, we might as well clear everything out." Rader told Lieutenant Landwehr and Agent Morton that he took Hedge to the church, Christ Lutheran, when the church was not like it is now, and I had my time with her. And I just took her back to the east until I thought I found a nice place and dumped her. A problem with Hedge's car is described, and I had a mess with that car. I got the keys lost, broke the windshield when I dropped her. I put the keys up on the dash, and they slid down just right against the window, and I couldn't get them. I could not get them. And here I am. Gee, without a key, I can't get out of here. I think I broke the glass and reached in and got the keys. So if you read the report, you may find the windshield was broken. The first victims, Rader said, were the Oteros, and then listed Bright, Vian, Fox, Hedge, Wegerly, and Davis, stating, "And that's it. Now I had a whole bunch that I followed," and Rader said his last kill was Davis. Yeah. "But I had a couple of others I almost got.
Rader coldly described the murder of Vicky Wegerly. See, when I used to work for ADT, I used to drive around a lot, and basically I just spotted her one day. And I usually like to get places, that commercial places like hardware, like the Oteros. I parked in commercially and I walked in. The same way with Vicky. I parked across the street at Indian Hills, and that was my telephone address. I found a hard hat. Stole somebody's at Southwestern Bell, and I manually cut out the emblem and stuck it on the hat, and carried my briefcase, and actually went to the neighbor next east, talked to them, tell them I was working on the phone lines at their house. But I cased it a couple of months before, and I knew there was a husband thing, and the timing wasn't right. Most of my hits have been pretty lucky. Rader drove off in Wegerly's car and disposed of his briefcase, but kept the Southwestern Bell emblem. I think I took the emblem off. Yeah, I'm sure I did. I took the emblem off. In fact, I still have the emblem. And my card with her hair. Rader saw the ambulance as he left. I walked through here, indicating, and got in my car. And as I was leaving here, the EMS were heading this way, and I knew what it was for. And then I drove all the way out to the west part of town. I got rid of my evidence, cords, knives, whatever I used. Rader recalled being rushed at the Wegerly home, and her kid was in the playpen. I just got her, and the reason I left in a hurry was because she said, "My husband is coming home." And that's probably why I left in a hurry. Wegerly fought like a hellcat too. In fact, I think she nicked me. Did you get anything out of her fingerprints under? If you look real close, you can probably still find it in the nick. Agent Morton asked if there were victims in other states, and Rader responded, "This is it. I've got 10 people. Evidence from the murders would be found in Rader's possession. You'll find quite a bit at the office. Pictures were taken of Wegerly, and I still got the master's and her driver's license. Yeah, right there in my book." Rader wished he took pictures of little Josephine Otero sickle. I wish, just like on the Josephine, I asked her if she had a camera. Rader describes other pictures, and I got a lot of pictures, a lot of them myself, basically self-bondage, just a thing I have. Rader said, I have real good S with my wife, but stated that it would be more fun if it were different. Personally, I would like to live by myself, to be a lone wolf completely. An intended 11th victim was identified. Project Broadwater, or Boardwater, as I tried to hit on her the other day. I dropped the number 2 off at the UPS box. It was a run. It was a go and everything, but they were working on the roads. They were working on the curbs. One of these things you don't foresee. So what in the H do? You just do a backup and wait for another day. I was going to try it in the spring or fall. The intended 11th victim was selected as a target because she had a routine. People that have routines are trouble with me. That's what I am always looking for, is routines. Lieutenant Landwehr asked if Shirley Vian was the primary target on St. Patrick's Day in 1977. No, was the answer. Actually, I was 1207. I think it's 1207 Greenwood. That was the primary target, okay? 1207. A picture shown to little Stevie Relford as he was walking back from Dillon's is recalled. Then the Vian discussion is then interrupted by a question about a metal badge. Did you ever find my badge, my metal badge? Rader had dropped it in the mailbox. The recent communications had to continue because once the media thing started going, I had to feed the media. The media, it's like
one of the things that the newspaper said, serial killers, it's like your fan club. The primary target on March 17, 1977 was not home, so Rader adjusted. So I saw the kid walking down the street and I thought, So I stopped and showed him a picture and I thought I could get into the house. Nancy Fox is described as just a project. I have hundreds of them. It just worked out. Rader, disappointed, stated, I thought I would pull it off and retire and have mementos. It didn't happen. You guys outsmarted me. Rader complains to Agent Morton about the disc. I checked the properties and the other stuff, and there was nothing there. Nothing. So you guys had to do something else. And I talked to some other people, and they said, floppies can't be traced. Floppies can't be traced. And I thought, should I take a gamble? And I knew I was taking a big gamble. Rader refers again to a rapport with Ken. And I really thought, I know he's trying to catch me. I really thought Ken was honest when he gave me the signal it can't be traced. And I really thought that, Rader whines. The floppy did me in. With Lieutenant Landwehr and Agent Morton on a break, Rader told Special Agent in charge, Larry Thomas, of the KBI, well, you guys just got the evidence. There's no way I can get out of it. I can't beat around the bush. Whether it's a day or 2 or a week, you're going to find it. So I might as well just fess up. They'll probably find things that I've even forgot about. But a lot of that is gone after 31 years, Agent Thomas reminded Rader that he wanted to start describing his life a little bit before the Oteros, and Rader responded, it started grade school. I used to make sketches even back then. Annette Funicello was my favorite fantasy hit target when she was on the Mouseketeers. She was a dream girl for a lot of guys. I had those imaginary stories of how I was going to get her, kidnap her, and do things to her in California. Rader was also fascinated with mummies. Mummy was always a big favorite. They bound people up. Rader then feels compelled to remind Agent Thomas that you're going to be talking to a guy that's really weird and has these dreams. Torture and abuse of animals is described. I have killed some animals, and to get it off, I guess, I would get a cat and a dog, tie them up and strangle them. Rader learned about sex in the military. I learned all that in the service. That's where I got my knowledge of this. Rader admits to being a petty thief while in college. I basically stole pop bottles out of the machines and took them and traded them for money. Not surprisingly, Rader was a poor student in college. I was probably about a D or a plus or a C minus type person when I was in college, but my grades weren't that good. Rader confessed to being a poor speller. I'm not a very good speller. You probably already know that. In fact, my wife said to me the other day, she said, "You spell just like BTK." Wow. Scrapbooks were maintained. Now my scrapbooks are slick ads. You probably don't know about those yet. You'll find them, but they are slick ads. They are models, girls. They are usually pretty cute looking. And sometimes I would draw them in bondage pictures. The scrapbooks were hid in his home. Drawing a map, Rader said. Right here is what you call a cupboard, where you put all of your dry goods. Okay? The bottom drawer, you take that out. The bottom one, you'll see a false bottom. Slick ads are stored in a closet. The slick ads are almost like treasures to me. I've been saving those things for years. Rader diagrammed the location of his prized slick ads. In the bottom of his closet is a plastic tote cases that's full of mostly slick ads. Slick ad stuff. There might be some of my fantasy there, fantasy 3x3 cards. The scrapbooks and slick ads
are in the house, but most of it right now is in the office in a file cabinet. Rader explained that most of the stuff is at the office because basically what I was doing is phasing this stuff out because I was shutting this down in about a year. If I got through it, once the story was done, I might do another hit and I might not do another hit. It's just, I tried. I have been working on this one girl for over 2 years. The hit kit would also be found in the home. In this corner, you'll find my basic hit kit, okay? And I know it's not anything like it used to, but it's probably pretty incriminating. And you'll find my 25 auto, okay? That's another one of my backups, okay? They're in a little black bag. The attic would contain old, what I call, detective magazines. And they all tend to be towards bondage. You know, in the 50s, they usually strung up the girls there, and they tie them up, you know? Dolls would be found in the car parked on the street in the back. Well, I think, you'll find most of the stuff is camping gear, and you may want to relate to that. You may not. But you'll find the dolls right back here in a sack. A shotgun used is in an unsuccessful project was also in the car. Project Twin Peaks, which you guys will find out about. I did carry one of them. I thought I might have to use it. I did carry it. That's the only time I ever carried a shotgun. The other times I just carried sidearms. But I did carry a shotgun on Project Twin Peaks. I never could find out how to get in their house. Rader told Lieutenant Landwehr that his capture denied the world the pleasure of his planned humor page. Actually, in the story, I was going to make a humor page eventually. Probably in the closing chapters. There was going to be a humor page. Copyright BTK, you know, little drawings and stuff, all editorials. This guy is nuts. Rader planned to send a Shirley doll representing Shirley Vian. Shirley was going to go in the box, the doll, and she was going to be naturally nude, and she was going to have simulated bindings on her with a white plastic bag over her head and a pink something on her head. That the Shirley doll would be in a bombgram. Rader wanted the police to be left with a dilemma. Do they dare blow up a BTK communication or risk death in opening the package? I was going to wire this sucker with 4 wires, and I was going to run it over to a cardboard box and put BTK bombgram. And I thought, this will give the bomb squad a little. They know who it's from. They don't want to destroy this. This will really give them some really time to think about it. The Vian package was to include a poem. And there was going to be odes to Vian, odes to Shirley. I just found a poem and redid it the way I liked it. It was going to be a synopsis of what happened. I called the project Green. Vian was not the original target, but Rader adapted when the intended victim was not at home. Project Blackout was for the bar. WSU bar. Cheryl, she was pretty loose. She was the next one, but those two didn't work out. So I went to Vian's residence, and it just happened. Noon or in the evenings, whenever I can fudge a little bit, getting home late, doing BTK, it's a riot. Rader denied any homosexual behavior, but said that might be interesting. Rader predicted that he may practice it if I go to the big house. Rader's office held the important evidence. You're going to find a whole bunch of stuff here. Pictures. You might even find some victim type stuff. Newspaper clippings. I don't know what you're going to find there. But you're going to find a lot of stuff. A file cabinet contained the mother lode. Vicky Wegerly's driver's license. The original Otera letters were in the mother lode. Rader tells Lieutenant Landwehr that Maureen Hedges' driver's license will also be found. Information on failed projects would be located. For example, Project Murray. Yeah, I think I got her stuff. She almost went down, but for some reason I had a conference call to make. I had to get out of there. Lieutenant Landwehr explained to Rader that the task force members assigned to each case will speak with him. Rader agreed. Gee, I'm going to need some calendars. Do you get a simple pencil or something? I can't work without a pencil. Okay, where do you want to start? Okay, I think we're going to stop there because we've got about the same number of pages to finish, and I'm going to finish tomorrow. And I will say that with this, well, this is pretty crazy, and it's a lot. It's a lot. Mentally, this is a lot. And reading wise, this is a lot. So, yeah. And on top of all that, YouTube will probably not monetize this because of the content. So, it's a lot of work and a lot of hours for not to be monetized, but it's crazy. So I am going to plan to do the rest of it tomorrow. Got a headache from this so bad. I just wonder why this was not in the documentary, and I wonder who produced that documentary, which I'm going to check. Because it seems like it was sanitized. And I don't know how they let him get away with that confession, which was definitely sanitized. Even though the judge must have read this. Why would they let him get away with that? Huh. Oh, well, let me look at you guys. Who'd you get? Oh, there's Murder of Crows. Let's see what you got. Math. Right.
Okay, what else you got? Ant. Yeah. Okay. Tuna. All right. What else have you got? Human. Very good. Okay. Van. Right. What else have you guys got? Let's see. Manhunt I got. Haunt. Very good. Okay. And then we need 2 3-letter words. One I got. I need one more. Got it. I did it. We did it. We all did it. Very good. Wow, I've got to get my mind a little clearer. That guy is sick. And guys, if you're new to our channel, make sure you subscribe up so that you know when we're going to put the other part up. You don't miss it. And bluffing. I just got that now. Oh my gosh. Lung. I just got that. I don't even understand why. Crazy. It's BTK government agent. What do you mean a government agent? Did he work for the government? No. He was that, what did they call that officer? What the heck? What was the name of the officer in the town? He had a position in the town as the municipal, what was it, officer to see if your grass is too high or you weren't following the ordinances, like an ordinance officer. But that wasn't, that's like an elected thing that just like, it's not what you're thinking. He was a scout leader. He's the president of the church. The president of the church doing that. Can you even imagine? Can you imagine? I don't know. People are... Ugh. Starch. That's good. Good heart. Oh, how was it? There. Trash. Okay. Scratch. Very good, heart. Okay. Got scratch. We got that. Catch. Did we do catch? Oh, we didn't do catch. Okay. Chats we have. Okay. That was ooh, special level. We haven't had that in a long time. L. Clap back, right? Oh no, we can't do that. We can do clap. Let's see. Black. Right. Play. Okay. Play. Lab. Lap. Clay. Right. Let's see. Oh, balk. Let me see. Let's see. Oh, ply. Ply and oh, pal. Right. And Alba. There's Alba's not there. Allay. No. What do you guys got? Anything? You have Lacey. She was here tonight. Oh, that didn't work either. Let's see. Oh, lack. Back. Blah, blah, blah. Oh. Ably? Yeah, that's it. Let's see. Oh, alpaca? Is that there? No. Playback. Oh, you got that murder. Playback. Okay. What is this? Back pay? We have, it didn't work, back pay, right? We tried it and it wouldn't work, but it won't have an L in it either. Capable, where was you got it there? Capably. Uh-oh. Oh my gosh, I can't do it. Now what happened? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, it won't do it. What is going on? It will not let me make the letters that I need. Wow, that was ridiculous. Very good, Murder. Alright, I gotta go to bed. It's been a long time reading this stuff. And if you're listening on the replay, thank you. And please try to boost it, or not boost it, hype it. Hype it if you can. That would really be helpful. And if you can hype it, tell all of your friends, relatives, your neighbors, everyone at the grocery store to watch it. If you can hype it, okay? I'll really appreciate that. Seriously, though, I really will appreciate it. We got to get our algorithms back, and I'm trying hard to do that. The content is here. The subject is here. It should be getting a ton more views than it is, and I could really appreciate all your help if you guys would help me out with that by liking it, sharing it, recommending it, and hyping it if you can. All right? Thanks, Megan Els. Thank you, everybody, for being here and being with me. Appreciate it. I will see you tomorrow. God bless. Prayers. Be good. Pray for Binky. And we'll see you guys later, okay? Love you. God bless. I gotta find out how to get out of here. Hold on a minute.